Welcome to the Incredible Connection All-Star Underground, week number 2. You know how we do this. We got 4 weeks of jam-packed action. It's not about the best teams. You've got to enter as the entries open, and then hopefully you're drawn to compete. And today we get to see the finalists for our ACC tournament, which means lots of fast cars for the next 4 hours. I hope you are ready. Before we do that, though, got to do a big shout out to Incredible Connection because they make this all possible, supporting South African esports, dropping the underground. They've got streams running every week, and they're really just pushing their weight behind South African gaming. They also have the best deals on all your gaming needs. You can go into their physical stores. You can also buy online. They offer the opportunity to purchase on credit, interest free. There's so much that you can get your hands on at Incredible Connection. So seeing as we want to support some South African gaming, make sure you visit their website and go show them some love. And of course, jump on Twitter and tell them how grateful you are that we get to watch all this incredible sim racing today by using the hashtag ACC Underground. The business side is done because I know you're here for the racing. I'm here for the racing, and I'm also here for these two gents, G and Alan. They are going to be joining me in the commentary box. Geemax, are you hyped for this? We're going to Kyalami.
I'm so amped, mostly because you know how good the Porsches are here. I'm a big Porsche fanboy, so it's it's been a while since I've had a Porsche dominant track. The Audi's also pretty good here, so to be honest, it's going to be a good 4 hours of racing. I'm absolutely stoked to be back with all of you guys here. Of course, Alan, Sam, we're in for a good 4 hours and 4 hours of intense racing because we have some monstrous teams today.
Alan, are you ready for 4 hours of having to listen to Geemax fanboy over the Porsches?
Indeed, I am. Thanks, everyone. Yes, I've done a couple of these with George. Yeah, today this one's going to be probably one of the most exciting races. All the big hitters are here. All the big teams in the country are here. And they're going to be fighting it out to try and take top honors.
We're going to see the best South African sim racers battling it out. The next 4 hours are going to be full of incredible action. You don't want to miss it. And also, you don't want to miss out on the giveaways because you know how Incredible Connection does it. We have so many cool vouchers to give away, specifically Logitech G jumping on board. I'm getting so excited I'm losing my voice. That's what's happening here. There's a couple of new fans in the chat who maybe know nothing about sim racing. So George, explain to me this endurance race. How does it work? How did the races get you? And what do they do to win?
Well, I mean, that's the best part about sim racing, really, is it's so easy to follow. All you got to do is put your car over the checkered flag first, and that's all you have to do to win. And in this, we're gonna have a whole variety of strategies coming to play. It's not locked in. You don't have certain driver stint limits. You don't have a set number of tires. That's all the intricate details that you really could set up there. But leaving it open means that there's so many strategies that you can run out here. It's all going to be down to what people want to run in terms of their team. So, right now, we don't know what people are going to run. We have no idea what driver lineups are going to start out. They've obviously set that up between themselves. They've decided, well, this is the best way we're going to run this event. But it could change. First corner could be complete chaos. You could get critical damage. Have to go and serve a pit stop to fix that all up. So it's all about managing your expectations, making sure that you can get to the end of the race. It's not won in the first corner, but it can be lost. So you've got to make sure that you're putting your best foot forward and having that consistency. That's going to be key today.
You know what? I think it's time to jump straight into it. It's time to get racing. 4 hours to go. The best races on the track. Interestingly enough, Alan, we do actually have an issue with our top qualifying team. They had some electricity problems. Someone was in bed, had to wake up. They had to do some quick swap arounds. What was going on there?
Yeah, apparently our top qualifiers, Zahir Essa and Raymond Mooney. Zahir woke up this morning with no electricity in his house, so they had to do an emergency driver change, which put his teammate Raymond Mooney in the car, who is driving from overseas. So he's had to get in super early. This is who we're watching on screen at the moment. And he's going to be doing the first stint. So a little bit of drama there already for one of the top teams.
George, do you think it's going to affect them much?
With Raymond and Zahir, it's these guys have done so much competitive sim racing together. I don't think it's going to affect them a huge amount. Of course, there's going to be a little bit of that factoring into things. Haven't been able to warm up in the conditions, haven't really been able to get your prep work in, and waking up and having to jump straight into a sim rig, that is going to be a very tough sort of cause to try and start up at the front and keep yourselves up at the front. So For me, it's certainly going to be a little bit of a wild card start for them, but I've got complete faith in knowing what they're able to do.
So we got some Porsches there, G, because of course we needed Porsches, but we also have some Hondas. Are you surprised by that?
A little bit surprised by them. You know, it's a good engine in the in those Hondas, and to be honest, having Daniel Rowe from the Hybrid Academy behind the wheel, I think we're in for something interesting with that. But a very, very strong Audi circuit, a very strong Porsche circuit. We see quite a lot of those coming out. We know that we've got a couple of Bentleys in the mix as well. Always a good endurance car. I mean, look at those temperatures coming out here. 32 degrees ambient, 40 degrees on the actual surface of the track. That is hot to say the least, which means that they're going to be eating through their tires early on. It's all about trying to get the most out of that tire life, to try and limit the amount of sets that you have to use, because every time you go into the pits to change them, you are going to, of course, incur time, and you're trying to get the advantage on your other competitors. But I mean, what a sight looking down from the bottom of mine shaft as all the drivers prep themselves, obviously just in the warm-up phase here, trying to get as much tire warmth as possible here, which shouldn't really be a problem based on the track temperature. But soon they'll go 2 by 2 like Noah's Ark as they form themselves up for a rolling start here, and really looking forward to this race.
We're getting ready to start. If you are in Joburg, the sun is not shining today in real life, but they're going to be racing in that heat. Apparently, a couple of people wanting a rain dance. Me too. I like a little bit of rain, but I don't think we're going to see that today.
I mean, it would certainly add a spanner into the works. I'm always a fan of the rain dance, so I've been doing that all day. And here we go, on the way out through Ingwe, the final corner, down towards the line. We're waiting for the race director to wave that green flag and set us away for the 4-hour endurance here at Kyalami. And a good start needed by all competitors. Sherritt versus Mooney up on the line. Where does the Audi go to try and get the best start possible? And there we go, lights are green and away we go. 4 hours of racing has begun, and a colossal movement coming across the line then from Jordan Sherritt in that Audi to try and get track position, and does so, trying to squeeze that Porsche onto the inside line. But a great start coming out from Jordan Sherritt in that number 2 Audi. Up at the front, followed on by the Hunt, which is going to be Jason Absmeyer as well as Brian Lewis in that Audi. So Porsches and Audis up at the front. Of course, Daniel Rowe in that hybrid NSX also chasing down, but it's a long way to go. It looks like a reasonably clean start from everyone. A couple of cars towards the back of the order getting caught up in some of that chaos. It is always so tight here at Kyalami as you make your way through the Yuxke sweep. You know, there's only one real ideal line anywhere off of that, and you're losing time, aren't you, Alan?
True. Yeah, and just to add on to that, unfortunately, some other big hitters, the car of Paterson Works Sim Racing, PWSR, Kieran Paterson was involved in the first corner shunt there. So a few teams have got caught up, not only at the back. You can see the big gap from behind Chris Haneke's Porsche, and the yellow car is not there. So I think a couple of teams got caught in that T1 melee, but it'll just add to the excitement of the drive back. But top 5, top 6 positions, pretty much flawless for the first couple of corners, and I think it's been a great start. Jordan Sherritt going into the lead ahead of Raymond Mooney, so we're on for a good fight here this afternoon.
I mean, Jordan Sherritt arguably. I mean, gee, you can take it. You're far more knowledgeable than me. I was just going to fangirl over Jordan, so.
I mean, I fangirl over Jordan all the time, but, for the rest of the competitors, they need to kind of keep a wrap on this. They need to try and keep up with Jordan's pace. They can't let him run away. We've seen so many endurance races come and go this direction, where Jordan just sets his team up for such a monstrous domination that no one else can really keep that pace. And I mean, you can already see as it stands right now, 3-4 car lengths between first and second, and a nice little battle coming on from Brian Lewis in that Sinister 5, number 4, trying to hold on to the back of Jason Absmeyer in that Porsche from Exalted Toro, and of course they've also got a really fangirly lineup. You know, you've got LT sitting in that car as well, Alaric Insulin, Jason Absmeyer, nice little pairing, and it's going to be a lot of pressure. But look at Daniel Rowe trying to attack, going up towards the top of Leeuwkop, going to try go round the outside, giving each other a little bit of room, a little bit of squeeze coming down, but in the slipstream goes the likes of Daniel Rowe. He wants to try and get a move done, and maybe into the braking zone as they come down to Crocodile. That's going to be the place that he can try and ebb his way past. He's going to go around the outside, forced to go there by Brian Lewis. Can he use some of this runoff to get himself alongside? Force Brian into the wrong place, coming up to Cheetah, always so dangerous. But this is, I mean, that is respectful racing coming out from both drivers. Daniel backing out slightly, realizing that, you know, you can't go 2x2 through Cheetah too often, and has to just kind of raise his foot off of that accelerator pedal, and that puts Chris Heineke into the mix in that number 7 Porsche. So a big chase coming down from the front runners here, and this is sort of the front of that top 10. Alan mentioned it earlier, not a great start from everybody here, getting taken out a little bit in the opening stage of the race.
Indeed. Just dropping back here to 19th, here's Bruno Cadilli in the McLaren, and he was well up in the start order on the qualifying, and I think he got caught up somewhere with the contact on lap 1. The other car is PWSR's car. This is Kieran Patterson. Here he is, and he's down in 24th after qualifying 5th. So a couple of teams getting a little bit of a bad luck start at the beginning, but it's 4 hours. There's a lot of racing to go, and we're going to see some awesome drivebacks and some awesome fights all around the track. Yeah, Jason Isherwood in the Aston Martin, right in amongst it with Skeppers and Bruno Cadilli right behind him in the McLaren. There you can see him arriving on the scene, and I think we're going to see this kind of dicing all afternoon.
Oh, a lot of pressure coming onto there, and Isherwood kind of forced very wide up at the top of the hill at Leeuwkop, and that's allowed Cadilli a nice little inside line. Lots of positions to be made up by Bruno at the moment, and it's so difficult to kind of you know, set yourselves up for understanding that there's a long way to go in the race. You just got to make up positions where you can. A bit argy-bargy, Isherwood and Cadilli coming out of Crocodile, and it will be Cadilli to just enter into Ingwe ahead, chasing down on the back of Skippers, and a lot of good racing, good tight racing, good close racing. This is what we kind of expected from this. At some point, it normally has a little bit of a fizzle out where we can calm down, talk about strategy a little bit, but the opening stages of the races are always going to be completely chaotic.
Yeah, exactly. Another thing to add here, George, this isn't something we see often, but Morgan McCall for ATK, and he's out with his partner in a Aston Martin. I think it's the first time I've seen them in a car other than the
Merc.
Yeah.
No Merc for the ATK sim racing team today. Certainly a bit of a difference. And interesting enough, I mean, that Aston, we've seen it in previous seasons that we've been running, always kind of been their good, well-balanced car to take out. And interesting to see them switching it up.
Indeed, agreed.
So, I mean, looking at that top 10 at the moment, look at Jordan Sherritt, 2.5 seconds ahead of the leading Porsche then. Mooney trying to chase down Jason Absmeyer, comfortably just sitting in third place, you know, a second and a bit off of the likes of Mooney. So the top three, a decent spread coming out from them. They're just kind of setting themselves up for a good long race here. Not too much being lost on track in terms of track position. You don't have to battle with other cars. We know how much that can cost you when you are trying to sort of make progress up the field. But certainly a nice little getaway bunch that we see in shot here. Daniel Rowe, the tail end of that. And then in the distance behind, we saw Heineke, Deploy and Radloff. They've also formed themselves up into a little train. So a couple of different trains. trying to all kind of work together to catch up to the cars in front. We say that's the theory craft behind it. As racing car drivers on the track, you ain't working with anyone. You're just trying to get track position later on in a nice little Porsche battle here. Deploy on the back end of Heineke through that lovely corner of Sunset, a little bit wide goes Deploy, maybe loses a couple of tenths in that chase down, but trying to keep the pressure on there and force the error out of Heineke.
George, just to add on to that, the discussion over strategies, what else is going to make an interesting turn of events here is we have some 2-man and 3-man teams. So the usual setup from experience running a 2-man team will have strategies usually occur on the hour, every hour. But with 3-man teams, what some of these teams might be doing is they'll fill the car up a lot more. They'll run a much longer stint, not a 60-minute, maybe extend it to an 80-minute stint, and reduce one pit stop by running a longer fuel stop strategy. So we're going to have a complete mix and match of strategies as we watch both of these two fights between Deploy and Heineke, and just behind it's McCall, also with Radloff in the distance there. There's going to be some interesting racing all up and down here.
Absolutely. I mean, that third sector for Deploy coming down from the top of Leeuwcorp and then through Crocodile and, of course, Cheetah, definitely dialing it in a little bit. And Heineke, feeling the pressure, has to sort of keep himself ahead, keep a couple of car lengths to make sure that he's not going to be under attack later on. But Deploy definitely finding a little bit of momentum in that third sector. And this is where we saw Christian Deploy almost lose out on that, running a little bit wide out of Sunset. And just got to keep the car on the track. It's a very deceiving exit to that corner. Oh, wide again, keeps it off of the grass. The grass, of course, going to dirty up those tires, also put you in the chance of having a spin, which isn't great for trying to make progress. But a nice little battle between these two cars. And down the field as well, I see Loureiro and De Villiers, 10th and 11th place. Another little battle coming out there. Loureiro right on the back end then of De Villiers, and he's got Stratum for company as well. So this is where you want to be, that Aston Martin, the back of the car, the back car in this little train. You get to kind of plan your attack. You get to have a look and say, well, if that Audi is going to make a move on that Porsche at some point, both of them are going to compromise their racing lines, and that's my opportunity to try and make a move.
Yeah, three-way fight going on here right now. Complete mix-up, Porsche versus Audi versus Aston. What's also interesting, there's a lot of interesting tidbits here today, but another one is that Audi runs a bit deep through the final corner. That's allowed the Aston Martin to get close. Stratum is next to him, and here's the inside line getting into Crowthorne. Nope, he falls back in behind the Audi, but he's going to pick up the draft coming down to T1. But a couple of drivers in different cars. And that Audi cuts right across the front of the Aston. Closes the
slams
door completely. Completely. And the Honda's right there as well now from McGregor. So this has turned into a 4-car race.
I mean, McGregor being 2 tenths back at the top of the hill, he's closed that right down. So it just goes to show how much time you lose racing against other cars. It's why so often everybody just gets into those trains and tries to work together so they're not losing time out on the track. But McGregor, a great job to reel these guys in, and Stratum just really wants to try and find the opportunity to get through that Audi. So defensive in his maneuvers, though, that's going to cost him trying to catch up to the likes of De Villiers. So really, really good drive coming out from these drivers at the moment. Looking down the field, Paul Fenter from the LNR Academy team down in what will be the first Bentley we featured out here. I love this car, the size of it, the presence out on the circuit, and a great endurance vehicle. The number 17 here, Paul Fenter, trying to catch up to the likes of Scruton. He's got Nordia behind for a little bit of company. That Porsche again in that position to try and suss out a potential overtaking move.
Yeah, agreed. Pair of Bentleys on the track today. Just some car stats for your info. We have 10 Porsches in the race today. We have 5 Audis, 5 Aston Martins, and then 2 Bentleys, 2 McLarens, 2 Hondas, one Ferrari and one Mercedes. So the track clearly, or the teams clearly are choosing to choose, or more of the teams choosing the Porsche. But both the Porsche and Audi, very similar performance at Kyalami. These other cars, not so much. But as I said earlier, it's very interesting to see drivers that are in league cars driving completely different cars. McCull in an Aston Martin. We've got Christian Deploy, who's usually in a Bentley. He's in a Porsche. And, this is to make all three or both drivers in a team be compatible with the car that they're racing in.
I mean, it's one thing. In a league, you're kind of set for a car for an entire calendar. You get these once-off events. You kind of get the opportunity to drive something new. Sam, do you have any car preferences at the moment?
I'm not going to say Porsche, so if that was what you were trying to get out of me, it's not going to happen. I am just really surprised by how aggressive the start was. It is an endurance race. You would think that it wouldn't be as aggressive as we saw, and yet all of these drivers came out. I mean, it's 20,000 Rand on the line. That's the prize pool. So obviously the cash has been a good incentive for all of these drivers, George.
Yep.
Oh, absolutely. You're going to try your absolute best. And I mean, there was chaos in the start of this race. So a lot of drivers having to make up positions out on the circuits and try and make their way through a field of cars. That's never going to be an easy thing, starting down towards the bottom and having to navigate this traffic to catch back up. But, as a driver, you're probably hoping that there's a little bit of a problem from somebody else, and you can then sort of pounce and take that moment. Everyone always says, I never want anything bad to happen to other drivers, and those people are just liars.
Wow, straight out there, George, with the facts. He's spitting them early on. We've got some action on the screen, but I got to tell you about some action that Incredible Connection and All-Star Gaming is bringing your way, because we like to reward you. If you're watching and you're having a good time, obviously we want to make sure that you also get your hands on some Incredible Connection goodies. So we have a giveaway for you, courtesy of the folks at Logitech G and Incredible Connection. Here's what you need to do if you want to win a 1,000 Rand Logitech G voucher. Head on over to the Incredible Connection website. The link is on your screen right now. Make sure that you screenshot the Logitech G item that you would buy with your 1,000 Rand voucher. Then head on over to Twitter, post it, tag Metal State and Incredible Connection, and use the hashtag ACC Underground to enter. I just want to give you a heads up, and because last time we did this, there was some confusion. Don't go and screen grab another brand item. This is for Logitech G. You best share a Logitech G item. That's my little hint, because it's early and I know some of you struggle. But the driver's definitely not struggling to just bring the pace right now, Alan. This is looking really impressive, so early on as well.
Definitely. Oh, and as I select Mr. Lewis, he runs deep through that little chicane. I did see his delta very close, and we caught the end of that. So lots of pressure coming on, even in the top 5 positions. Sherritt, Mooney, and Absma putting some big gaps, but behind them, Daniel Rowe and Lewis were next to each other, and they went through that chicane. It looked like Daniel Rowe pushed, or possibly was on the inside of Lewis. I'm going to see if I can do a replay of that. Give me a second. Oh, we missed that. Sorry, we missed it just by a few seconds, but some action going on nonetheless. And as you said, an extremely aggressive start, considering it's a 4 hours. But, these guys, they're racing drivers and they're out there to race. So I think it's expected that they're going to try and get a jump on all the competitors, get a clean start. Jordan Sherritt is up and going. He is running away with it at the moment, and has quite a big a gap. 4.5 seconds, in fact, is the gap at the moment.
I mean, that is a big margin, considering we've been racing for just over 15 minutes. Of course, we've got live stewards as well that will be looking into racing incidents that are reported by fellow teammates. So I'm pretty sure the start of this race has kept our stewards' hands very full, as everybody seeks justice out in the stewards' rooms. And hopefully that penalty that gets issued out is going to be enough. Down the inside, McCall going to send one then on the likes of Deploy. A nice little overtake coming into Crocodile. Just timed that braking perfectly, made sure that he lined it up. Deploy not going to contest that. Again, you've got such a long race ahead of you. There's no point in getting a contact at this point in the race. and just spots out that move coming down, a little flash of the lights coming out from behind, maybe acknowledging that the move was good, or on the other side of that, trying to put pressure back on the driver that it has just overtaken him.
Yeah, indeed. Just dropping down to the dice currently for 14th, 15th. This is Kadile with Mumford van der Merwe in the Sol Ferrari, the black car in the middle of the screen. And then Gribeno in the Bentley and Jason Isherwood up behind. So a 5-car train here at the moment with extremely close deltas. Everybody is looking for a gap, looking for the driver up ahead to make a mistake, and they're going to pounce. The Bentley of Gribeno looking extremely racy out here. There you can actually see a good comparison of the size and the enormity of the Bentley against the Ferrari. It is a monster of a car, but it is so impressive. All the Ferrari runs wide, and we've got them side by side. Go, George.
I mean, that's it. It runs a little bit wide coming out of Sunset, but then sets him up for the inside of Clubhouse, and that Bentley all over the back end of that Ferrari, and a little bit of a big drift coming out from the Ferrari there. Van der Merwe in that number 22, just trying to hold on to this, but it's opening up the opportunities for Bosch, Gribeno and Isherwood to see if there's an opportunity, and wide goes that Bentley of Gribeno. Isherwood going to slot himself through there, and we saw Isherwood struggling a little bit early on in the race. He's trying to make up positions now, and a nice clean overtake. Again, that's what it's about. Spot the opportunity, force the driver error, and take and capitalize off of that.
Indeed. Oh, no, we just missed that. Kieran Paterson getting past Nordia. Just seeing on the back of the Porsches a good bit of damage on the back of the PWSL cars. So that'll have come from the lap 1 incident, and you'll be able to understand then why they probably got turned around. There was obviously somebody who outbraked themselves and unfortunately turned them around, but they're busy driving back up the field. Just looking Jason Isherwood back here, 17th. He is now busy attacking the lone Ferrari of Van der Merwe, and Jason definitely trying to take some steps to move up ahead early on in the race here. Still, they've just been going for 20 minutes, in fact. So still almost 3 hours, 40 minutes. Still a lot of racing to go here, but so much action's already happened.
So much action has already taken place, and for a lot of these drivers, there's still so much more on the cards. You've got to time those pit stops absolutely pinpoint on time. You're going to make sure that you are bringing the best strategy forward. You've got your teammates. You've got to hand over the reins to them and hope that you don't have any sort of driver issues in doing those processes when you are heading into the pits, making sure that you are on the limiter at the right time. You don't want to be caught speeding out in the pits either, picking up any of those sort of track infringement penalties, running too wide, exceeding the track limits beyond the limits that you are given, and picking yourselves up a penalty for that. All of those kind of things are the bits and pieces that you're managing in the back of your mind while still trying to race other drivers on the circuit. So an incredibly good race coming out here so far. Big shout out to Incredible Connection and of course Metal State for making this all happen. It's always been my dream to be able to commentate out on these kind of events and be a part of the broadcast. So a big shout out to everybody for making that possible, and of course wonderful to be joined out by my good friends Sam and Alan. This is the best way to spend a Sunday. If you disagree, then you're wrong. I mean, the viewers are allowed to disagree, but Alan and Sam, you're not allowed to.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'll second everything you just said. Big shout out and big thanks to Incredible Connection and Metal State, as we see Morgan McCall all over the back of Chris Haneke's Porsche, now stepping out, going around the outside through Leocorp, falls back in line. But what more could you want? Sunday streaming 4 hours from Kyalami. It's the Incredible Connection All-Star Underground Kyalami 4 hours. Sam, you enjoying it so far? Have you decided on a car of preference yet, or are you still choosing?
Oh no, I never ever choose a car of preference. I'm completely unbiased all the way until the end,
Okay.
and then I'll decide based on whoever wins. But I do want to talk a little bit about some of these drivers, just because there's a couple of folks in the chat who are All-Star Gaming fans. Maybe they're watching sim racing for the first time. We've got some big names in the lineup. I mentioned earlier about wanting to fangirl over Jordan Sherritt, but he is arguably one of the top racers. Bruno Cadilli now on your screen, signed to White Rabbit Gaming, also an incredible driver. I mean, these are some of the names. A lot of these drivers came from real world racing into sim racing. There's a few in the lineup today that have been able to go overseas and to compete as well. So, Alan, some of the standouts for you, some of these names that maybe the new fans need to pay attention to, who would they be?
Yeah, look, besides the obvious, the top 5 cars are obviously populated by the at least the top 10 current drivers in the country. But there's a lot of new names there. We'll see a couple of other drivers get into cars at the first team swap over. But one that kind of jumps out at me, which is an unknown to me, would be the partner for Morgan McCall, racing for ATK Academy. His teammate is a gent by the name of Pedro Santos. Now, I don't know that person. I've never seen him in either any of the big leagues that we race here, and yet he was extremely capable, and his qualifying times well up there. So very interesting to see an unknown person to the usual leagues that George and me cover, running in the top 10 with the likes of all the other powerhouses. We've obviously got your Zahir Essers and Raymond Mooney's. Jordan Sherritt's part of a superpower team with Tariq Adam and Luke Addison. They're literally untouchable. Alaric Enselin, everybody knows Alaric, pairing up with Jason Absmeyer. That is also an extremely powerful team. And looking down the entry list, Diebold Nell in racing for Slick Racing, pairing up with Leslie Oliphant. Leslie Oliphant, also one of the big names in South African sim racing for, 15 years plus, I think, George.
Yeah, I mean, there are some just star-studded lineups here. Of course, sim racing has just been a part of a lot of our lives for a big period of time. I'm someone that didn't get into it, right at the very start. I got into it quite late, but just seeing how many people have come into the sports and the series, that's the growth that has been so phenomenal to me. A lot of people putting time, money, and effort into getting their setups tweaked, both on the track and their actual racing setups at home. All just trying to make sure that they can be a part of this movement, which is sim racing, and it's just great. It's great to see the support coming out. It's great to see how many drivers are participating in these kind of events. And at some point, we're going to have to draw the line at how many entries we can take into things, because it's just going to be almost flooded with too many people trying to race in a single split.
Exactly. Right, let me give you an update here. As you can see on the screen, we've got some penalties being handed out by stewards. We're currently watching Morgan McCall doing a send into the final turn and going up the inside of Chris Heineke. So they are, this is for position. He falls back in line. He got a 20-second penalty, as now we see Deploy going up the inside of McCall. The 20-second penalty for Morgan McCall was for going into the back of Paterson on turn 1. So that's where the contact happened. And then Paterson got a 10-second penalty down in 20th for not staying on the brakes. So that's a rule that is handed out by race direction, that if you do get a turnaround or contact, you need to get on the brakes and bring the car to a standstill and not roll on the track. And I think he didn't hold the brakes, rolled on and caused another little bit of conflict, which could have happened with the Cadilli car. And so that's how Paterson picked up his 10-second penalty. But at least we got an answer to what happened on T1.
Oh, I mean, it's always good to get an answer. Alan, can I ask you if we can have a look at the third, fourth place battle, Absmeyer and Rowe, getting very, very close in terms of the delta as well. That Honda NSX just seeming to be in the absolute perfect place that it wants to be. It's also they've got the likes of Lewis, who obviously ran quite wide, chasing down on this. So a nice little 3-car battle up for what potentially will be third place. You can see Lewis all over the back end of that NSX. Daniel Rowe going to be having that defense in mind, needing to plan an attack out on Absmai in that Porsche, but also needing to just try and run the racing line and force the likes of Lewis in that number 4 to try and get round the outside, try and take an alternative line. So this is a difficult place for Daniel Rowe. He's going to go very sweepy into the corner, go for the inside move. Late on the brakes and a big send and a little contact coming through. This is going to work out perfectly for the likes of Lewis. They are going to go almost 3 cars wide coming into barbecue. And Lewis sent once again into the gravel trap coming down. Hard racing taking place between all these drivers. I mean, the stewards are going to definitely be having a look into this. The send coming in, the lick and stick from Daniel Rowe into turn 2 then. Was that okay from the camera angle that we had? It looked like a big send. Jason turning into the corner, a little bit of contact coming in there, forcing Rowe wide. And Lewis then, seeing the opportunity, decided, well, perhaps this is my chance. And unfortunately then, 3 cars going through the Yuxke sweep, never going to end with smiles.
No, there was there was a send from far back by Daniel Rowe in the Honda. He literally went up the inside, and Absmai on his brakes still went into the back of them. I was majorly impressed, however, that none of the cars turned around with all that contact. So they all pretty much got away with it, but I'd have to hesitate to guess there's going to be some lodged objections. I will keep my eyes peeled. Should we see some penalties pop up, we'll know why, but I'll confirm that a little bit later once they've reviewed the incident.
Oh, it's a round 2 coming down as they make their way under the start-finish line through the kink as Daniel Rowe. Jason Absmai is like, I'm not leaving that inside line open, tries to defend it early on. Round the outside, Rowe will try and see if he can. A little bit later on the brakes, both of them pushing it. I mean, you cannot fit an eyelash between those 2 cars as they make their way through the Yuxke sweep into barbecue. Daniel Rowe wants to get this done. This is costing both of them time. Brian Lewis, once again, he's eyeing this out. He's got the targets in sight. He wants them to continue battling on the inside. Rowe going to try. This is going to be a tap around for sure. And, big collision then coming down. And that's Jason Absmai, turned just slightly, almost fixed out by Brian Lewis, who
exactly
didn't turn entirely around. But you know what? If you're going to be saved that way with a T-bone steak, not really something that you're not going to be handing back to the waiter, because that's not ideal for damage done. Daniel Rowe, here we go, a little replay of that action. Daniel goes to send it on the inside, just makes contact with the rear quarter panel of that Porsche, and of course with the rear-engined nature of that car, as soon as it starts to slide, it almost just wants to continue with the momentum coming through. Daniel Rowe most likely going to be looked at into by the stewards. I mean, if I was in that Toro Porsche, I would certainly lodge an investigation into it. It's there for you to use, but we are completely neutral to this. That's just my opinion in what I would do as a racing driver in the situation. You need to be with the stewards, making sure that they're looking into incidents which you feel unjust. And I mean, it's what's sad for viewers is those battles are then put on ice completely. We don't really get to see that transpire any longer. You never want to see contact.
No, ideally you don't. You do want to see super close. Oh, and there's some more. We're watching the Porsches. I'm just going to apologize now up front because I'm going to make a couple of oohs and ahs through the course of the next 3.5 hours. You do kind of see and see it happening, but you ideally don't want to see the contact happen. A little bit of a punt there by Deploy onto Haker, and there you can actually see he slows down and gives the position back. So some ideal gentlemanly racing, feeding in from the leagues that these gentlemen race in, and he gives the position back to Heineke so they can carry on with this fight. But that's allowed Radloff right behind in the other Porsche. And he's closed right up onto the back of Deploy, as we see now a 3-car possibly 4-car train with Stratham and the Aston Martin also coming up and joining this party.
I mean, what a nice little train to join in then. Of course, being able to be that car right at the back of all of this, you get to plan your move the longest. The rest of them kind of forced into their braking points. You can't make mistakes when you are running so close to your fellow competitors. So it's a difficult place to be in there. You've got, of course, the advantage of getting a little bit of that slipstream down the straights, but you also have that turbulent air being kicked up, making the car a little bit more unstable, whilst you're trying to follow and do all of those things. So that Aston Martin that is slowly making its way into sight, certainly going to be going. And I think Lewis here spotting that perhaps the likes of Absmeyer running a little bit damaged after that collision coming down, not able to put in the same lap times that he was doing earlier. So at some point, expect that Porsche to have to go into serve some repairs. We just see that Rowe has run up the field. He's getting himself away from all of that. If the stewards come in, you do want to put yourself further up the field when you do have to serve a penalty. But certainly attacky does Brian Lewis look. A little switch around coming down, going to force Absmeyer to sit on the inside to Clubhouse, and around the outside Lewis will breeze his way almost past, not quite. They are going to almost be side by side into the S's, and it is 1 car length ahead from Brian Lewis before that happens again. Another part of Kyle Army, you do not want to be side by side, but I feel like that Porsche Jason Absmeyer, that number 3, slightly a little bit worse for wear now.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's lost a bit of pace with the argy-bargies happening early on in the race with Mr. Rowe, and so that position change happens. Lewis goes up into 4th place. Sinister 5. Also interesting team. JC Krobler and Brian Lewis pairing up for this one. Getting past Absmeyer, who is definitely feeling the pain from that contact earlier on with Daniel Rowe. I must say, though, it is great to see a different car up in the top 3 at the moment. The Honda proving to be exceptionally quick and have some good pace based on its real-life counterparts that has done very well at the real Kyle Army 9 hours. So clearly that Honda and the turbo configuration works exceptionally well at this altitude for the Honda in comparison with the other cars.
I mean, it is great to see it up there. Before the race started, I was kind of raising my eyes at the Honda choices coming into this race, thinking that's not going to be the competitive car. So I mean, I have to take a little spoonful of humble pie. Daniel Rowe doing a phenomenal job to get that into 3rd place, and at this point in time running away from his competitors sitting in 4th and 5th place. So let's see if Lewis able to just reel him in then in that Audi. We've seen how powerful those Audis can be. Looking up towards the front of the order, we know that Jordan Sherritt has been absolutely dominant since the start of this race. It's like an 8-second gap then to 2nd place with Mooney. Here he is, Jordan Sherritt in that custom cut IT Solutions. He's got the car number 2 on the side of the car, but racing around in 1st place and in a dominant fashion. So everybody needs to try and just see if they can catch up to Jordan. 3 hours, 24 minutes still to go. It's anybody's race, but he's putting in some incredibly good lap times and making sure that gap expands itself out. And Raymond Mooney then in the chasing Porsche, trying to do his best. The Coach Z Academy car, just of course, 2 talented drivers in that. They've had to do that little driver swap at the start of this race. So here was meant to start it. Raymond had to get pulled in last minute, but he's doing a great job to just keep them in a competitive position. But certainly some more work to be done if they are going to go and take that trump position, with Daniel Rowe then following in 3rd place. A little bit of a questionable incident coming into this corner a couple of laps ago, causing that move to probably still be investigated by the stewards. They might also rule out that there was nothing untowards, a racing incident. And of course, he'll then be smiling knowing that he's sitting in 3rd place.
Yep. Running out to top 5, Lewis still hanging on to 4th place here in the Audi, having been heavily involved earlier with Jason Absmeyer, who's clearly struggling with the handling on the Porsche. But pit stops are due. If these guys are sticking to standard on the hour strats, we should see them in the pits and hopefully, well, I'm sure, not hopefully, they will do repairs, get the cars back into normal pace. Another interesting aspect that I wanted to raise, and I haven't seen it in the rule book, but as far as I understand, this is a minimum 2-man team affair. Now, what is going to happen with Zahir Esser's team and Mooney if Zahir Esser doesn't get power and can't get into the car? We'll only know once they come up for their first driver swap, if he has in fact got power and if it's working or not. But if that name doesn't change and Mooney does the entire race, is that going to be a DQ, George? That's a good question.
It's a good question. It is. It is a good question. I think you have to have a minimum of 2 drivers in the team. So that means to me that everybody has to do at least 1 lap out there. You know, how you decide to split that up is completely up to you. You know, you can run your 1 driver for 1 lap and let your powerhouse run the rest. But certainly, if you don't do at least 1 lap, I think there is. I think you would be in line for a DQ. I think so. I mean, we'll get some confirmation on that. But I mean, it's an interesting question there. It's you know, when somebody doesn't have the ability to race, you know, with a power issue or something like that, it's certainly worrying because it's out of your control. You know, it's you're just at the hands of the power givers at this point, and it's a situation I wouldn't want to be in.
No, true. Currently watching a Sean Buck. He is running midfield, 16th place, just behind Rebene in the big Bentley, and these guys have been pretty close for a while. Arriving on the back of them is the PWSR Porsche of Kieran Paterson, still carrying that 10-second penalty. But these penalties will be served in the next pit stops. We are waiting to see if there's any change up ahead after the contact between the 3 cars in 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Nothing has been posted as yet, so we'll wait to see. Yeah, Mr. Radloff in 11th place in his Porsche, looking at the back of Bruno Cadilli's McLaren. That's also an interesting decision that Bruno Cadilli is always out in a McLaren. That's car of choice for him, irrespective of the track. I've always seen him in this car, so he's clearly very comfortable in the McLarens, but currently rounding out to top 10 here.
I mean, it's funny. It's funny. It's funny that you say that because you know, when I first met Bruno and first joined WRG, he was just such a big man, a Merc fan, and you know, he's always been very dominant when it comes to it. And I remember back in the day when Jason Absmeyer was in the team as well. You know, eventually that McLaren was then started to get picked, and not just because it has a lovely engine note. You know, there was just a lot of love for the car. And he's been very, very, very dominant when he's gotten the opportunity to get a good run, especially when he competes in some of the international leagues. So good to see him having a decent race back after a little bit of a messy start coming down. I see that Alaric Enslin also just you know, confirming that there is damage onto their Toro Porsche, which is why Jason Absmeyer was you know, obviously dropping off the pace and is now 3.1 seconds behind that 4th place with Brian Lewis. Could I argue this is exactly the car that I wanted you to actually go to, strangely enough. Of course, Michael van Rooyen here, the pink coming out on the side of the car in the liveries, the Race for Hope team name. Just a shout out to this team. They driving in good spirits, as the likes of Darren, who is one of the drivers. His wife is undergoing chemo at the moment for breast cancer, so they are certainly coming out here to race and support breast cancer. Of course, that is such a tough thing to have to go through. There's so many people that get affected by any form of cancer, to be honest, and it's just nice to see that there's a little bit of positivity being spread out there. Sim racing is community. During the big lockdown periods, we've talked about it once or twice before, but it was so difficult to kind of have a good mental space in those times where we weren't allowed to leave, and pandemic was really hitting us all hard. People were losing jobs, things like that. The sim racing community really started to flourish there, and it was through that sense of community that a lot of people managed to get through things mentally. I know me for one, if it wasn't for my sim racing family, it would have been a much harder time. So these are the kind of things that I appreciate about the community. Everybody has a story. Sometimes you get to tell it, sometimes you don't, but we're all out here for different reasons. Some people are out here to win the prize money and the prize pool. Of course, a lot of people would feel that, and for others it's the likes of showing support to a fellow human being.
That's it, and a great cause to be supported as well. I know it's kind of close to your heart, G. Awesome work by them. Currently just on board or watching at least Mumford in his Porsche. We've got 4 Porsches in a row here, as you can see, but this particular dice happening between De Villiers and Mumford. This is 13th and 14th place. They were extremely close on the track. You can see the gaps getting pretty extended now as the guys settle down into their race pace. They drive around the problems that they've possibly picked up with the contact. Any damage that's happened, it is what it is. In an endurance, you drive with that damage until your pit stop. You don't immediately pit to fix the car unless it was absolutely hammered. But most of the contact we've seen, the guys have managed to carry on. Nothing too intensive. But we're 15 minutes out from the hour, and we'll see the pit lane start lighting up, I'm sure, just before or on the hour. And then there will be some chopping and changing, and that's where the confusion starts happening in the positions. But 45 minutes done and dusted, and it's Jordan Sherritt thick in amongst the traffic. He's arriving now on the back of this Aston Martin that we were just talking about. This is another element of endurance racing where, besides the teams racing themselves, they also need to be aware of the leading cars coming through. They will be getting shown blue flags, as we saw there, and that's now allowed the Astons to have a much closer race. But Sherritt up the road, 10 seconds clear of Raymond Mooney. Raymond Mooney, here he comes in the Porsche. Audi on Porsche with third place. Daniel Rowe further 18 seconds back, and doing well considering the car he's in. But big gaps in between the top 3.
Certainly some big gaps. I think Lewis starting to really dial in that Audi at this point. That number 4 sitting in 4th place. He wants to try and catch up to this man as they make their way through traffic together. Some very courteous drivers being waved the blue flags and getting out of the way as quick as possible to not impact the race of others. It's not always easy to do that, is it? You're going through somewhere like the Yuxke sweep or the S's where they're making their way through now, and you've got those blue flags. It's hard for you to really move out of the way, and you've just got to kind of have that mindset that you can't get involved in somebody else's race. They've got something that they're battling with, and you've got to make be courteous and make space for them. And so far the blue flag cars look like they're doing the right thing. It will probably be completely different after the race. Some of the drivers will complain about vehicles not getting out of their way and impacting their way up the field. That's just the nature of racing. Sometimes it's not possible to just dive out of the way immediately. But so far, from what we've seen, some really good drives coming out. Brian Lewis really dialing this in. And, it's strange. That ACC damage model, you would expect after the collision that he had, T-boning Jason Absmeyer, the front end of this Audi would be a lot more damaged. It's such a strange damage model in the sim, something that I've always kind of questioned, to be honest. But he seems to be right on the money. He's not struggling at all for pace, and he's certainly looking like he's got everything that he wants under his foot pedals, and making good progress to catching up to Daniel Rowe in that Honda. You can now see a couple of car lengths between the two of them, but that has changed over the space of 2 laps. They've just managed to catch right up there in that Sinister 5 Audi.
Yeah, look, George, you can. It's visibly you can see the damage is there, but if we look back in our mind's eye to that contact, the Porsche was kind of sliding sideways, and I think Lewis had the correct mindset to not just try and drive through the accident. He did in fact brake very, very, very strongly and retarded a lot of his pace. So I don't think the contact was sufficient to cause a huge amount of damage, and that was actually the clever thing to do. There was no way he was going to avoid the Porsche like the Honda did. It went up the inside and over some of the grass and got away from it. But the Porsche was sideways in front of him, and he braked to avoid the full-on contact, which, in my opinion, has also helped save the Audi. His last lap time, a 142.594 in comparison with the Honda of a 142.8. He is, in essence, quicker than the Honda right now, as we can see on the track.
Yeah, I mean, JC in the chat just updating us, of course, Brian's teammates, just saying that they do have some damage on that Audi. So it's not what we've seen. We just looking at this from the outside, going, oh, that's a quick Audi, but it's actually just the talents of the driver, Brian, making it work out for him, and certainly even with that damage, making good progress up the field. So again, sometimes, it's you get used to that. You got a little bit of damage, but you figure out where you're going to be faster than the other driver. It is very hot on the circuit, 37 degrees track temperature. I'm glad that it's dropped under the 40s, as we saw a little bit during the practice sessions. But certainly that's going to add an element to your tire wear, how those rubbers are feeling at this stage of the race. And with 11 minutes to go to the first hour racing complete, it has not been short of absolutely incredible today. So, I mean, the IC All-Star Gaming Assetto Corsa 4-hour, brought to you by Metal State. Just really great to be out here, getting to do what we always love, Alan. Get to talk about sim racing for hours on end, and getting to see all of our favorite talented drivers pairing up with each other to take a stab at winning some part of that 20,000 Rand prize pool.
Indeed. And to add to that enjoyable day watching motorsport with you, George, because we've done this for a few number of hours now. I'd have to say if we added it all together, it would be days that we've spent together in this booth. But as you said, some incredible racing going on. Everybody out there is enjoying themselves. Thanks to everybody joining us on the Twitch channel and all the feedback and comments. We do really appreciate it. I'd like to add to that somebody saying possibly that they don't stand a chance of winning. Listen, there's still 3 hours and 10 minutes to go. You have no clue of what's going to happen. You can't predict the future. Jordan Sherritt might have a DC. There's a lot of drama that I've seen happen before where leaders have been pinged out of an endurance race due to an internet dropout. The internet is not the fiber and the networks is not flawless in South Africa. Let's be honest, and anything can happen. It's a long race ahead. Guys, they've got to just keep pushing at the best of their capabilities, and that'll be their best result that they'll receive at the end of that effort for the day.
Just a great day of racing set up here, and for the Formula One fans as well. We finished this broadcast, and then of course we got some Formula One action to look forward to. A real good sporting weekend all around. It's been hard to actually leave the house, so big shout out to everybody joining us and getting to support this kind of initiative coming out and giving sim racing the exposure that it really does deserve in the esports world. A lot of us originally just started it out for fun, and internationally it's always been a relatively big thing, but in South Africa it's just so good to see it continue to grow out there. And of course, looking at Michael van Rooyen making up some places here, getting past the likes of Scruton sorry, that he's catching up to Scruton at this point. That was Fenter
Yes.
that he just made the pass on. These Astons certainly going to look interesting a little bit later on in the race, I think. They've always been well-balanced cars. They've always been very, very friendly to drive. And, you know, when you do start to get to those taxing last couple of minutes after a big endurance race, you always want something that you don't have to fight against. And I think we're going to see some good performance coming out from them a little bit later on.
Indeed. Look, they're a very stable go-to car for drivers wanting to at least be part of an event and be reasonably fast. And these guys, as long as people around them are doing the same pace, they're going to have an extraordinary competitive race for the day. Just to give you an idea, Michael van Rooyen, you're having this dice with the Scruton, Christian Venter just behind in the Porsche. They're all in amongst the thick of it. These guys lapping 146.7s and 146.6s, and our Jordan Sherritt's doing 141.7s and 142.9s. So almost a 5-second spread between the top end and the back end of this field, and that's why we're seeing Sherritt and Mooney and Rowe coming through and already passing after literally 45 minutes of racing. Their pace is that good, but make no mistake, these guys, although they're substantially slower, they're still having an awesome race. They're happy to be part of this event and to be putting on a show for us and everybody on the channel today in this race.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, it's this event is open to anyone to enter. You had to qualify for it, but when it comes down to it, you're going to have a huge varying skill gap between the top teams and the more casual, weekender races, as I like to think of them. There's always going to be that sort of skill gap, and where there isn't a skill gap, you get this kind of racing. And of course, this is Lewis on at the back end of Rowe, out of barbecue, and that Audi hunting down the NSX now, sitting in the slip, wants to look maybe for the inside line. Give Rowe a little bit of the medicine he handed out trying to take an inside line through the likes of Sunset. Not going to be on this lap though, as they make their way through the sweeping left-hander of Clubhouse and on the run down towards the S's. A little bit of a scrappy exit coming out from Lewis there, not able to really get the power down like he wanted. That's going to cost him a car length as they make their way up the hill towards the top of Leeuwkop. And that's a good name to say out again here live. In my head, it's being in the UK, you don't get to really appreciate all of the great iconic South African things that we take for granted. And this circuit in Kyalami is just something that will always stay close to my heart. I love the corner names. For me, that is just something that makes South Africa great. And coming down into Crocodile, again, Crocodile, what a great little corner name. Cheetah.
Cheetah.
Going back to our wonderful variety of wildlife that we get at our doorstep, and it's only when you make the move away and you realize just how much you do miss about being back home. I do miss going to the bush and going on safari, as they call it here. If you say you're going to the bush, people don't really understand what you're saying. But
No.
Coming back to Kyalami, we've got enough wildlife in the form of corner names to bring me back and bring a smile to my face. So it's love. It's pure love. South African at heart, and I'll always sing praises.
I
Can
can
I
hear
bring
it
my
actually.
violin?
Oh yes, yes,
Can I
yes.
bring my violin? Stop playing for you. Have a little moment there. That's what that was.
It was actually a very deep moment. I was just. I need to get some tissues at this point. Oh.
So I'm enjoying your jaunts in the veld.
There we go. Sam, what do you think of the race so far?
So I'm kind of surprised. Obviously, there was all that aggression early on, then lots of bump and tickles. It felt a little bit like bumper cars at one point. And again, I think that was that aggression. I was kind of surprised. A lot of drivers getting in hard there. But now we've settled a little bit. Everyone's starting to feel their pace. I suppose the elbows have all now been put back in the cars and everyone's going to just kind of race their race. Do you think, Alan, that it is it's a 20,000 Rand prize pool, which is obviously attractive, but especially sort of midway through that first hour where we saw some of those, like, I'm going to call them bump and tickles because it's like the safest way to explain what was going on. What was that though, do you think? Why do you think we started seeing that?
That's there's a couple of big egos out here. These guys, make no mistake, these guys are very good at what they do. We all know where and what and how Jordan Sherrod's got involved in racing, what he's capable of. But everybody below him, the Rows and the Lewises, as we're watching this very close does happen at the moment with Lewis and the Honda of Rowe. And Lewis has finally managed to get past the Honda through Barbecue and Yuxke. But
what a place to make an overtake. I mean, let me just jump in there.
Exactly. It's not exactly the right place to do the pass, but here you can see Daniel Rose right back there. He's not going to let him have it easily. But I wouldn't say they put their elbows back in and they kind of just going to let it happen now. These are competitive entities out here. These teams are competitive entities. And it's all about who is quicker, I'm better than you, whatever it may be. And that's what they're trying to accomplish. At the moment, our top three are well, not the top three. The top two are up and going. This is for the third place position. And neither driver wants to let the other driver get the upper hand, Sam. So make no mistake, this isn't over. This is going to carry on like this until the final minute and until they cross the checkered line.
It's fantastic.
And Mooney has gone into the pits as well, just to update you guys. So
on the hour,
Raymond Mooney into the pits on the hour, like as predicted.
I'll tell you what, George and Sam, we've been going for the best part of 25 minutes since that contact. We haven't seen anything come from race stewards yet. So either they're still deliberating or nothing is going to be done or has been lodged. It might have been put down as racing incidents. There were a couple of sends, a couple of passes. No one really lost out. There wasn't a major turnaround except for the sliding of the Porsche. But we'll have to wait and see. I would have thought if there was a penalty or if there was going to be a time penalty dished out, we would have seen it by now, and we haven't.
We'll wait and see, and while we're doing that, we want to obviously say thanks to everyone that's watching, supporting South African sim racing. I'm not going to do an essay about it because George did such a great job earlier on. But what I am going to do with, of course, Incredible Connections All-Star Gaming is make sure that we reward all the fans watching. We have a second giveaway for you. Incredible Connections All-Star Gaming has jumped in with Logitech G for this one. So this is a quick, fast giveaway, much like the racing you're seeing on your screen. So type !Underground in the chat, hit enter, obviously, and you're immediately going to go into the giveaway for another 1,000 Rand Logitech G voucher. If I'm not mistaken, just in prize pools alone in the last 3-4 months, Incredible Connections given away more than 200,000 Rand. And I think in prizes to fans who are watching in the chat, not even with the actual competitors, it's up at 100,000 Rand. So they really just want to reward you for being an esports fan, being a gaming fan, being a sim racing fan. Take advantage and enter that competition now. Let's get back into the racing. It's 1 hour done.
1 hour done. It feels like 5 minutes have passed since we saw the lights go green here at Kyalami. And for a lot of the drivers, it's been a very tough first hour, especially if you're caught out in the mid-pack going into corner 2 at Crowthorne. It's been a race of attrition, trying to make your way back through the field that you originally qualified ahead of. A lot of time spent on that qualifying side of things. For someone who hasn't had too much difficulty, Jordan Sherrod up here in position 1. He's just run away with things. A lot of pit stops going to be served. The hour is done. Possibly a fresh driver going to go behind the wheel too. So the 2- and 3-man teams, going to be working those strategies, making sure that they've got the fresh eyes at the wheel at the right time. And it's going to be a very good race. So it looks like Mooney staying in the car. He's had to go in and perhaps do a little bit of a fuel stop, some tires. He has not handed the car over to Zahir, so we can only kind of play that age-old game of guess what's happened, which I think means that Zahir's still not quite ready to get to the car, or they've decided to run an extended stint. So, it could be anything. Brian Lewis, he stayed out. That means that he's going to be the man in second place to continue to chase down on Jordan Sherritt, but presumably will be going in for a pit stop at some point. And here it is, as on the marker. Will go
On
in
cue.
to serve his first stop. Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, as I said, pretty much on the hour, the pit lane is going to light up, and we've seen the white P letters. At least a dozen teams already pitted, and so this is now where it all gets a little bit mixed up. Through Jason Absmeyer in the Porsche, and he's got Morgan McCall showing a huge amount of interest. Morgan McCall is yet to pit it, as has Jason Absmeyer. So Sherritt has in fact come out. And once my timing screen catches up, there he is. I think he's in third place, but we'll wait and see. So this is just when it gets a little bit chaotic. We kind of struggle just to keep on top of things. But Morgan McCall, this is currently for the lead. And it looks like they're going to run that Aston Martin super long. So a complete strategy change. But Absmeyer in the Porsche just ahead of him. I'm sure they'll be coming in shortly. And then we'll see, as we see further back, 10th, 11th, 12th, another 3 cars going to the pits. So pits, it's all happening. And again, this is going to bring into effect what kind of strategies each team plays out with 2-man or 3-man drivers, and whether they're going to put on the hour or whether they're going to run longer and try and run a different strategy. You can actually see the pace of Sherritt was so big that he is out in third place, but he's only 3 seconds off the back of this fight, and both of these cars still need to pit. So he almost had an entire pit stop up his sleeve.
He's incredibly quick, old Jordan, and of course, here we go. Here come the pit stops. They'll follow each other in there. The ATK car will be stationary for longer as they serve out their 20-second time penalty, and that's kind of the thing that you're trying to avoid, right? In the long run, try and negate as many penalties against you. Try and pick up none if you can. And certainly do not get any handed out to you from the sim itself. So that's all stewarding taking place. Talking about the topic earlier with the likes of Rowe and Absmeyer, again, no clarity on what happened with that event just yet. And maybe it wasn't lodged, maybe it was something that they found to be a racing incident, or maybe it's something that's requiring a little bit more time for them to come up with an action. But the greatest part about little pit stops is that it changes up the positions for drivers, even if it's for a lap or two. So we get to get a little look-see into the racing that's taken place, and this will be the likes of Sean Lerero being chased down by Raymond Mooney as they make their way through sunset. Big iconic South African flags on the side of the track in the runoff area. Brings back the feels. Don't tell Sam TechGirl Wright that I'm still feeling a little bit feely while looking at all the parts around this track that make me miss home. I will not have that, Alan. So between you and I, it stays a secret, okay?
Got you, buddy. Got you, loud and clear. As we see Raymond Mooney doing a big send. He licked that from halfway up towards Leerkop. He does go around the inside of Lerero. Sean Lerero feeling that's not the race for him right now, and Mooney goes through with Sean Lerero still to pit as far as I'm concerned. What you can see down the grid is a couple of name changes. In 7th place, we've got Mr. Lyric Enslin, who's now in the car. That driver change happened from Jason. And further back, also a good couple of other driver changes happening. Pit stops. Once the first round of pit stops are done and dusted, Morgan McCall, I see, interestingly staying in the car. So he's come out in 9th place. He has got rid of his penalty, but decidedly not handing over the car to his teammates. So let's go back to that topic about the strategies and driver stints. Because there aren't any minimum or maximum limits, as we discussed earlier, as long as a 2-man team, one of the 2 drivers has to at least complete 1 racing lap I think that's basically what it's going to boil down to. Morgan McCall might possibly drive 3 hours and give the car over to his teammate, this other gent that I don't know, Pedro Santos, and he might only drive 1 hour. Same might go for Raymond Mooney. He might, Zahir Issa has to put in a competitive lap. He is obviously waiting patiently for power to be restored to his neighborhood, and that might happen 10 minutes from the end of the race. That'll work. Mooney can still pull the car in, hand over for a driver change. Hopefully the driver change all works properly, and that will then produce an official result for them. So lots to still happen with just under 3 hours to go.
Plenty of time for anything to happen. We've seen it. Oh, there we go. Daniel de Villiers facing the wrong direction there briefly as they come down into England.
There's a replay.
A little replay of that. Cameraman tracking through, and it is some side-by-side action. Oof. On the limit, both of those Porsches coming through. Crocodile trying to little switch back towards Cheetah. And does he hit the curb? He does. The sausage curb, the Vorsi, going to send him into a tailspinner note. And I mean, that is that feels like it would be a broken steering arm. In reality, a big collision coming down.
Yeah.
And
but in the McLaren who hit him.
I mean, both of them.
Sorry.
You know, you're on the limit. You're understeering through the likes of that right-hander. You're trying to avoid that little inside curve. That's what sort of unsettled de Villiers. They couldn't get the car back across the racetrack enough to avoid it. And that McLaren coming through there is understeer city, trying to keep it off the grass. And there's actually nowhere you can go. You dive left, you're heading into a wall just outside the pit stops, and you can't go to the right of them. It's such a difficult place, and it's a difficult place for a lot of drivers, but a lot of damage gonna probably be picked up by that Porsche. It looked quite damaged visibly as well, very scuffed front left side. Not the way I like to see a Porsche.
No, and unfortunately with them having done or us assuming they'd completed their pit stop recently, Daniel de Villiers in the car, he unfortunately is incurred a hole, and he does it again. He hits that sausage curb 2 laps in a row. So he's not happy with his proximity measuring and guesstimations on where the car is coming through that corner. But his last lap of 1:44.0. So still not too bad on the pace. In the background, we can see Byron Kutzer starting to close in on him. And this is Pullen, de Villiers and Kutzer. In fact, there's 5 Porsches in a row here. So there's a whole flock of Porsches here. George, your favorite car, buddy?
Beautiful. And obviously the Kyalami circuit owned out by the Porsche group as well. So it's, it's universe. The universe is speaking. Someday I'll have a Porsche as well, not just a little model sitting on my side table. See Stratum in the pits then from Alan R, making sure that they serve. You know what? The worst thing that can ever happen in sim racing is to run out of fuel. And I doubt that there's very many people here that have been racing, sim racing, that have never had ever the mistake of running out of fuel. Majority of people have made it at least once. If you haven't, you are on the side of privileged. But I think that, again, there's 2 types of people. Those that admit that they've run out of fuel, and liars.
Well, I'm going to admit I've done it a number of times. I have a very bad habit of undercalculating because I use the wrong lap times and I get confused between the average lap time between the fastest driver or me, and so I completely I misinterpret that whole sum and I undercalculate, and I've happened to run out on at least a good couple of times, to the point where I actually ran out in one race, and I was on radio and I had to get my teammate Chris DeSantis at the time to drive into the back of the car and push me over the lines so I could finish that lap. So yeah, look,
always nice to have a always nice to have a teammate that's going to push you over the line if you run out of fuel. Yeah, I've done the same thing, just not calculated warm-up laps and all kinds of silly mistakes like that. And that's at this sort of highest level, if you are pushing to get into that wonderful prize pool and prize paying positions, you are certainly not going to be making such mistakes, or you're going to try not make those mistakes. If you have, you have to completely change your strategy, go in a little bit earlier. Hope that you're not going to get round on the sniff of an oil rag for the last couple of corners, just coasting it downhill. But I think that a lot of the drivers here, we've all made those mistakes once before, not something that we're going to do again. I see that Lewis looks like he's eating into the times up at the front end of the order. He's trying to catch up to the likes of Rowe once again. So potentially damage all sorted out for the Sinister 5 Audi. You'd expect that after their pit stop, they would have sorted it out. And now we can kind of see Brian Lewis unleashed as he can deliver what he really wanted to deliver early on. And they're just in screenshot for a brief moment. We saw the likes of Daniel Rowe coming past in that NSX. So that gap hopefully going to be closing down. 4.4 seconds to still make up. But this is where we really want to focus on this, because I mean, these guys are going to be battling it out for third place on the podium. Loureiro going to be going into the pits at some point, so he's kind of out of position on that leaderboard as things stand. But once pit stops are all sorted out, things will then correct themselves. Alaric Enslin into the Toro Porsche. And again, another driver that we've seen competing in sim racing for years, and in all forms of sim racing. If you've ever watched this man play Trackmania, absolutely filthy, disgusting. That's really where I got to know him, was when he was still doing this Trackmania side of things. He came over to doing more focused sim racing events and has been absolutely phenomenal. I think has taken a little break from the competitive scene whilst doing a lot more behind the scenes, in terms of server admin and things for communities. And again, just good to see a lot of these drivers back in and competing. Jason Absmeyer, Leslie Oliphant. Again, we hadn't seen them for a little while. They kind of took a little bit of a hiatus. But so nice to see them all in here and racing it out in this 4-hour event.
Indeed. Sam, if you're available, I wonder, would you happen to know what or how the prize pool is being distributed in this event today?
Before I do that, I was available, but for some reason my mic was stolen from the commentary box by Geemax when he was doing his whole secret conversation with you. About how he misses South Africa. So I've been silenced, but I'm back now and we're fine.
You heard that?
I was standing right behind you. But there you go. In terms of the prize breakdown, I'm not 100% sure because I know how we broke it down last week. But as I say that, I can actually confirm. So first place for the teams is 10,000 Rand.
Okay.
So that's the first place that you're racing for. Second is 5,000 Rand. So there's a big chunk of cash between 1 and 2, and then for third you've got 3,000, and then fourth 2,000. So you want to be in the top 4, but I mean obviously that number 1 spot is definitely where you want to be because you get a large chunk of that prize pool.
Awesome, thank you. Just wanted clarification on how they are distributing that. Also gives us a better idea for the positions on the track. And I think that kind of also answers your question earlier about a little bit of the bumper cars that we did see. These guys are racing for some money, and you'll see everybody and anybody come out of the woodwork when they hear there's a competition that has a decent prize pool, and that's where you're going to see a little bit of a stressness. Drivers getting very, very, I wouldn't say aggressive, but very racy to try and make up positions. Right now we're watching De Villiers in his Porsche in 15th, Byron Kutzer arriving on the back of him. This is the closest race on the track at the moment. Just up ahead is Van Rooyen in his Porsche, Pullen in his Porsche. So races happening everywhere. If we have a look at the damage on these cars, both Porsches looking extremely scruffed up. especially De Villiers, the blue car, after that side-on impact through Cheetah. Their last laps, I can tell you, they're still doing 143s, low 142, high 143s. Byron Kutzer doing 142.8 in the yellow Porsche behind him, and that Porsche is showing damage all round it. So I'm not too sure if they did do a repair when Paterson handed over to him or not, but guys are still running very, very sharp lap times, even though the cars are carrying a little bit of damage. And I think Byron's looking now to try and find the best possible route past this Porsche of De Villiers. And this being a drive back from very early contact on T1 from the contact between Morgan McCall and Kieran Paterson. So interesting to see how far back up the grid the PWSR car will get. We see Grubeno into the pits in 4th place in the Bentley, I beg your pardon, in 7th place in the Bentley, now dropping down some positions. So up at the sharp end of the stick, we've got Jordan Sherritt in the Audi. This car looking like it just drove off the showroom floor. And his last lap time a 141.4, so he is consistently doing sub 42s every lap. That's how consistent Jordan Sherritt is. Raymond Mooney in the Porsche in 2nd place. His last lap, he's about to come over the line now, so we'll see what this is. He does a 142.2 with his quickest, a 141.6. And 3rd place, Daniel Rowe, just going through Crocodiles in the Honda. His last lap, a 142.1. He's in fact quicker than Raymond Mooney at the moment on track, with his quickest lap of a 141.7. So these guys are certainly pushing hard and trying to close up those gaps. There in the background, we can see 4th place, Brian Lewis in the Audi. His last lap, a 141.9. He subs a 142. So after 1 hour, what is that? 1 hour, 20 minutes and a whole bunch of contact and pit stops, etc. The guys are still driving very hard.
They are driving very hard, and I'm going to pull the action away from the racing for a moment because I know all the fans in chat who've been supporting their favorite drivers also entered that competition. Of course, Incredible Connections All-Star Gaming, they're all about giving back to the gaming community. They gave those incredible vouchers away, and now we have one of our winners already. So congratulations, Mr. Krabs. You got yourself a 1,000 Rand Logitech G voucher for Incredible Connection. Someone from the Incredible Connection Twitch team will slide on into your DMs and arrange to get that voucher to you. We do have giveaways for the entire race. Logitech G and Incredible Connection have come to the party for the All-Stars Underground, so make sure that you keep the stream on, keep engaging. I'd love to know who your favorite drivers are that you've been watching, your favorite teams. Who do you think is going to take this? I want to say you can't say Jordan, just to like shake it up a little bit, but if you want to say Jordan, you can say that as well. Alan, for me, you've been speaking a lot about the strategies and things, and we've kind of mentioned the different times that you can change the drivers, but what do you think is the optimal time to do the driver swap?
From a team captaincy point of view, and having done a few of these, I think the more simplistic route is just to do an on the hour, every hour pit stop. Just keep it logical and simple. It's when you start trying to exercise the range that the car can run. In other words, the Bentley has a bigger fuel tank. We're going to run longer and see if we can break down or reduce the number of pit stops. That does in fact work on a longer endurance, something like a 6 or 9 hour. It won't work here because it's not going to reach that full length. Plus, you've then got to drive the car on much more worn-out tires. And with, like George said earlier, with the temperatures at 36, 37, 38 degrees, the cars will be struggling to run super long stints on the same set of tires. So I think on the hour strategies will probably boil down to be your most stable strategies. We're just currently watching this race between Larera and the Audi, the black Audi, and Kadile, who's all the way up into 7th place now in his McLaren. And as I say that, here we start seeing some penalties crop up. Barrington Smith, just behind in his Aston Martin, has picked up a 5-second penalty, and Gray has picked up a 5-second penalty down in 20th. we can have a look. The Isherwood penalty, that was for avoidable contact, and Stradum down at the bottom, I'm not sure which car he's in, he got a 5-second penalty. I think that was a driver change for punting Radloff's car earlier on in the race on lap 20. So there we go. And I do have confirmation there are no driver stint limits. So interesting. So one driver can do the entire race without penalty for the team. So that theory of us saying that if it's a two-man team, it's not needed.
Okay, I mean that makes sense to me. You know, if it's completely open to all of that, you just kind of needed an extra driver to register and enter with, and you can just do it as a solo drive because there's no physical requirements for anyone to do a certain requirements of laps. A lot of the time, endurance races do have that a little clause in them where it says that everyone must do at least one lap out there. So. Very interesting indeed, and I guess for people like Mooney and Essa, they will be smiling as they look at this, because for them that means that they can still compete, finish up, and sit in that points-paying positions. On board with Loureiro now as he makes his way down into Crowthorne. You can just see trying to hunt away and get away round the likes of Kadili, and what a drive coming out from Kadili. No bias in this at all, but he's made his way through the field incredibly well, and it's not easy to get caught up in incidents and make your way through. So we almost need a poll to see who has made up the most number of positions, and you know, I would try and calculate it, but I'm not really good at the mathematics side of things. I just know that there's a lot of drivers that have sort of found themselves out of position and having to make their way back through the field. But either way, always good to see a little on-track battle. Loureiro and Kadili on track. I'll pay to see that any day, and it's a nice little showdown between that Audi and the McLaren. Up towards the top of Leeuwkop in real life, when you stand on the top of that hill and these GT3 cars come roaring through there, you don't hear them, you feel them. And it's one of the most incredible places to be able to watch the race from. Another great place down at the bottom here, sort of where this man is filming on the exit of Cheetah. It's just incredible to see how much speed these cars take through there, and such a tricky corner to get right. So lots of great viewing angles around. The Kyalami 9 hour coming up as well. You know, great place to go and watch GT3 cars racing. So I'm a little bit jealous of all you guys that can go and experience these things in real life again.
Just going back to your subject and your topic line earlier about who possibly has recovered the most, from my perspective, having watched this since we started, I would have to say the car that Loureiro is chasing, Bruno Kadili in the McLaren, he is the highest placed car, currently in 7th place, but on lap 1, or after that first lap, I think they were down in 20th. So that was a huge jump that they made. And that was still my premise about possibly the contact that happened with Kieran Patterson. So the PWSR car is in 14th, and they were down in 22nd. So out of the recovery drives, Bruno Kadili in the McLaren has definitely made up the most positions, as we see Loureiro seriously pushing and trying to find a way past. It's 5:30 in the afternoon here at Kyalami. As you can see, it's the Highveld. We usually have a thunderstorm sometime in the afternoon, but I don't see it happening here today. But the sun is starting to set over the hill behind Leeuwkop Prison, and as you see the cars coming here through Crocodiles, the shadows are starting to grow and get longer. As we go into dusk, it'll get a little bit darker later. But before that happens, the drivers are going to start suffering some serious vision problems coming through Sunset, as well as coming through the bottom of the Essies and going up to Leeuwkop with the sun right in their eye line. But it will make for some pretty viewing that we'll see in the next couple of minutes.
Pretty viewing, pretty sights, and talking about pretty things, I believe, Sam, you have some good news for our viewers.
I feel like I'm just the Oprah Winfrey of sim racing now. You get a Logitech voucher, you get a Logitech voucher. And if you want a Logitech voucher, then head on over to Incredible Connections website right now. Screenshot what you would buy with your 1,000 Rand Logitech G voucher. Then head on over to Twitter, post the screenshots, tag Metal State and Incredible Connection, and use hashtag ACC Underground. And you'll be entered into a competition to win that voucher, and we'll be giving away the voucher a little later. I want to just chat about the McLaren choice from Bruno, and I'm going to pose this to both G and Alan. In my very limited experience and knowledge, I didn't think that Kyle Army was really a track you'd want to throw a McLaren on, and yet Bruno seems to be doing a really good job in it.
Agreed. George, you want to...
I mean, it's, sometimes it's just all about talents. In the seats, and of course, because Bruno drives for my team, I can always I could sing songs until the end of the day about how much talent this young man has. But certainly great to see a little bit of variety coming through. So often when we come out to somewhere like Kyalani for an endurance race, some of the longer ones, the 12 hours and 24s, you see a lot of repetitive car choices. We do search here as well. We see a lot of Porsches, quite a handful of the Audis, and then a sprinkling of the Aston Martins, which kind of is in every endurance race. But I quite like drivers that choose something a little bit different, and that's a shout out to like the number 22 Ferrari, the number 10 McLaren here, of course the two Hondas as well. A little bit of variety, something that you've worked on. It means that maybe you've got something up your sleeves. Maybe you've got to work a little bit harder to work it around here. But as we focus on Bruno here in his number 10 McLaren, he's been keeping Loureiro at bay in that Audi, gapping him slightly. So it looks like a good setup coming through, and that's it. It's all about dialing in that setup. Lots of prep work going into it. Behind the scenes, you see how much work and practice goes into these kind of things. As viewers and spectators, you kind of sign in here and you think, oh, I could get this, I could do this. But you don't realize just how much prep work goes in behind the scenes. So big shout out to all the drivers for kind of putting those efforts in, and to the families and significant others of those that do compete in these kind of things, knowing that the 4 hours they spend out here on the circuit, it's just a little drop in the ocean to the amount of time that they put in prep work. And you always get people that don't put in prep work and will still be quick around the circuits. We like to call those aliens, and it's not often that you're able to not put in any effort whatsoever and come in here.
Yeah. I think to add to that, Sam, and what George was saying is, as we discussed earlier, I've only ever seen Bruno Cadilli in a McLaren. And it's like an extension of him. He is super comfortable in this car. And so it's his car of choice, irrespective of the track that he's racing on. Just as a matter of discussion, and to add to this, their quickest lap time is only a 142.5 versus the likes of the Sherrits, etc., doing a 41.2. So although he's in a McLaren, he's 7th. Okay, he had a drama on the first lap and dropped all the way back. But he is the best part of 1.7 seconds slower than the Porsches and the Audis. But that's the car he chose because he's going to be comfortable in that car for 4 hours, and he will get it into, or should get it into, the top 5. Although in saying that, with the current fields that we have, the top 5, top 10 are very powerful teams already. So, but to second what George says, it's always good to see some variety out there. I was super surprised seeing under the practice race, service, the Hondas of Daniel Rowe. I, for one, try and always produce a different car. I race the BMW, which is very quick under certain people's hands, not under mine. But I'm a fan of the car, and I'll stop it. I'll drive that car as hard as I can. But this is Porsche Audi territory. But great to see a Honda up there, and a McLaren, and an Aston Martin. So it's not a complete domination of manufacturers. It's a good mix and match.
We have a question coming in from the chat that I think is interesting. Again, new fans to sim racing wanting to know How many laps can you go realistically without a pit stop for the wheels? And I'm presuming the heat's going to play a huge role in this.
Oh, I mean, it is a good question, and it certainly is track temperature dependent as well as driving style dependent. If you've got a setup that is very harsh on your tire wear, you'll find yourself having to go in for tires a lot sooner than your competitors. It's been a little while since I've physically done any laps around Kyle Army, certainly in temperatures as sort of warm as this. Generally try and do it as cool as possible, because I'm one of those try hard hot lappers that if I can get a fast time in ultra cool conditions, then I feel like I've succeeded in life. But yeah, you certainly going to be on the edge of your tires by the time you run out of fuel. And for me, personally, that's the hardest time is that last sort of 15 minutes of that tire wear. Alan, how many laps would you say you can do here if you're doing sort of 142s?
If we do the current math, it'll be in the 22 or 23 laps. But again, like you said, it's going to depend on both the track temperature and how much fuel you put in the car. It's not really dictated to by how many laps you can do. It's more dictated to by how much fuel you put in the car. Where, for example, you can brim a Bentley with 120 liters, but you can't put the same amount of fuel in a Ferrari or in an Audi. So the laps are going to be different because the car can obviously carry more fuel. It can run further. In night conditions, I've seen teams double stint where they've done twice the amount of laps that they've done during day stints. And a little bit of contact coming in here between Ottens and Renner that we're watching the Honda on the Ferrari. So, and it also depends on how aggressive you drive in the car and whether you're scrubbing the tires or whether you're just doing long distance pacing, and you'll get more life out of them. So the question about how many laps, it's a bit of it's like saying how long is a piece of string, because as I say, I've seen people do 50 laps and I've seen other people only do 25 laps. So very difficult question to answer, to be honest.
This little scrap though between the Ferrari and that Honda, I mean, finally it will be concluded slightly. I mean, obviously the Ferrari going to be able to get into the slip, then Renner going to sit right behind that rear spoiler. Going to maybe look for a little bit of a later braking move, try and get on the inside. Not quite going to be in line to do so. It looks like Otten's going to time that perfectly coming into Crowthorne. But that was a great little battle between the two of them. A little bit of rubbing of quarter panels up at the top of Leeuwcorp, but just sat in it. Ottens couldn't quite get the move done coming down into Crocodile, but set himself up for what a great move coming into Ingwe. Saw that inside line there. Renner gave him the space, saw that opportunity was kind of left open by him, didn't try and close the door, ran wide as they came down onto start-finish straights, and kind of let that move happen after it had kind of been set up for the good portion of 2 or 3 corners. So a good move coming out from Ryan Otten's Hybrid Academy, both running in those Hondas, so not hedging their bets too much in the form of putting anything else on the car. Alaric Ensign making some great progress to try and catch back up to Lewis. Lewis is munching into the lap times of the likes of Rowe. So, the last time we sort of checked in with that, 4.4 seconds was the gap between 3rd and 4th place. It is now sitting at 1.5 seconds. So since the number 4 Audi, really, really enjoying that fresh damage repair that has been done, and able to lap 142.5, going to be the last lap that came down. Daniel Rowe going to be feeling the heat very shortly. You see him in every single one of the camera angles that come through. That means that in the next couple of laps we're going to have an awesome dice on our hands, and that will be for track position. Where they decide to pit, I mean, that's going to be up to them once again. Does one of these teams try and do an undercut, come out in some possibly cleaner air? very difficult to kind of time that at this point. I think there's so many different teams at such different parts of the racetrack that you're almost certainly going to be guaranteed to come out behind someone, and sometimes that's a lot slower traffic and it's harder to pass.
Yep, 100%. Just to kind of finish off that question, you're saying it's dependent on your car and the way you drive. Well, the game does also obviously allow you to set the cars up and set your camber and toe and caster. And if that is incorrectly set, you're going to eliminate your tires in 10 laps. So it's super important to do a whole bunch of practice, get the right setup with the car. But these guys are averaging about 23, 24 laps per hour, give or take a lap or two. And that's kind of optimum. The tires will be well worn, and as they have to go in and refuel for fuel, they're going to put on a new set of boots, because nothing beats the grip that you get when you come out of the pits with a new set of tires on than driving around with a second set. So that'll answer that, hopefully, and you get a better idea of the tire wear. Byron Kutzer here in 13th place. Sorry, go Joe.
No, I was just seeing Jason van Rooyen doing a great job in that number 25, the lead Porsche of this little 6 Porsche train. Certainly got Fenter to defend against at some point, 1.6 seconds down the road from him. And then, of course, like you were going to say, Kutzer, 5.1 seconds behind Fenter. Lamprecht right on the back end of Kutzer. I think Kutzer's actually gone past Lamprecht at this point, and is now trying to progress up the field. This is, of course, the PWSR, and we know that they had a little bit of a tough start to this endurance race, and obviously picking up they picked up the penalty as well, didn't they, for not holding the brakes, Alan?
Yeah, that was a 10-second penalty that we picked up earlier on. Again, another drive back similar to the one of Bruno Cadile, just not doing as good a job, but they are busy slowly climbing back up the field and getting closer to the top 10 and hopefully into the top 10. We are at 2 hours 20 minutes left of this race. Just a reminder, it's the Incredible Connection All-Star Underground, the Kyalami 4 hours. Sam, in your opinion, what's been the highlight so far for you? I know you commented earlier about the slightly aggressive nature of the drivers starting, but overall, your general feeling?
I actually sent Sam to go and get me a replacement microphone.
I beg your pardon.
Because apparently I cried. I cried all over this one when talking about South Africa earlier on. But when she gets back, we can definitely get her highlights.
Awesome.
I think for me the highlights are the fact that we're back to Kyalami. When this track was released in ACC, right? I think every single big event that was being done in South African sim racing was being done on Kyalami. It was also being echoed by the hype of every international community, having a track like this back in there. For a lot of international drivers, they didn't know about Kyalami. It was something that was completely new to them, and it's so nice to kind of be back to it. I'm definitely not sick of it. I could do another 6 hours of Kyalami tomorrow if I was given the opportunity. I can't believe our time has gone through here, but to just see all the names and familiar faces, the different car choices, I suppose, of everyone lining up here and coming, for me that is the highlight of this event. It's certainly for people that are driving, they're going to have their own individual opinions on that, where they started, where they're going to finish. A lot of prize money up for grabs as well. So Incredible Connection coming out and putting up such a great prize pool for drivers to compete for. I think that's massive. At the end of the day, it's all fun and games racing for pride and whatever other things get offered these days as prizes. But when it comes down to it, and you can actually win something that you can look back and say, for 4 hours worth of inverted commas work, I came away with a nice wad of pocket change. that is great. So to see that kind of sponsorship coming into sim racing, I think that's just the tip of the iceberg going forward. It's gonna get bigger and better. Being able to look at this and see all the viewers enjoying the racing as well, that is phenomenal. I think that it's just so nice. I think it's heartwarming. Oh, side by side, that's going to be Gray and Nell as they make their way through, trying to give each other as much room as possible. A little bit of a squeeze. Barbecue, the cutback coming through, and that Audi just getting the nose ahead. Devolt Nell getting through that, and Jason Gray going to be on the flashes. A little bit upsetty spaghetti that he's been robbed at such a place, but with 5 seconds of time to serve in the next pit stop, it's you're not really battling this car at this point. It's still going to be something that you would lose out on, but as a driver, you're not focused on that. You just want to be ahead.
Exactly. And seconding your comments earlier about Kyalami and the track, I was lucky enough to look. I grew up in Johannesburg originally, and I grew up at the original Kyalami and the original 9 Hours. So when the GT3 cars finally came back here 3 years ago, it was a dream come true. I booked a ticket for myself and for Kieran and a bunch of other mates, Jason Luck, and we all flew up to Joburg, and we all went and watched the Kyalami 9 Hours. It was an emotional experience for all of us, I must say. The car you're currently watching is a throwback livery to the Audi that was here 2 years ago. And each car that's come, well, not each car, but a lot of the cars that have come to the 9 Hours have brought along with them some very special liveries, which have been once-off liveries that we've seen race here. It's a great, awesome event, and it's been confirmed for next year as part of the Intercontinental, the 2022 Intercontinental Series again, with 3 other tracks, including Bathurst, Indianapolis, and Spa, the legendary tracks that they are. And to be part of that series once again and get confirmation for Kyalami in South Africa is just an added bonus for motorsport enthusiasts in South Africa.
And that's the thing, real life racing sort of works hand in hand with the sim racing side of things. We saw it during lockdown. We saw how many actual events had to get cancelled out, and they had to go over to the virtual counterparts of it. Real life drivers getting sort of the first-hand experience of the sim racing side, and for a lot of them, they've been in simulators for various car tests. We know just how important sims have become to racing teams. Putting in time and effort, you get to race at a track you've never been to in person, and you get to familiarize yourself with all the nuances of racing there. You get to do that in a sim. So that hand-in-hand element, as racing grows and continues to grow, sim racing sort of has edged its head out there and continues to grow locally and internationally. And I think that if you're a big viewer of sort of on Twitch, just watching the general gameplay, some of the big Twitch streamers that have only ever focused on FPS games and MOBAs and things like that, they're starting to get into the sim racing side of things, and it's just I think we really have we're kind of in that growth of something that is great. And I think it's so nice to share that with the world. This is our passion, this is our hobby. And for a lot of these drivers out here, they've got places that they can go with it. Look at this. In that time that we've been talking, Lewis just continues to eat away at those lap times. Less than 0.6 of a second at the next timing update, I'm sure. Yes, there we go. Half a second behind the likes of Daniel Rowe. This battle is on the cards. Sinister 5 versus the likes of Hybrid Academy. Great drivers. Brian Lewis, Daniel Rowe. It's now time for round 2. Gloves off. There's no damage to these cars. They both on even playing ground, same track conditions, and it's time to see who's got the better drive. What an exit coming out of Engwe then from Lewis in the Audi. It's you'd almost expect these to be switched around from a lot earlier on based on performance of the cars in the sim and the BOP, but Daniel Rowe's just done such a great job in that Honda to keep himself where he is. I said it earlier on in the stream. If you didn't hear it before, I kind of scoffed at seeing some Hondas entered into the event. I thought those aren't going to be very competitive in the sim, but
they are. And here we see it. Daniel Rowe in third place. So, sorry, you just died off there, so I just picked it up and ran with it. But yeah, Brian Lewis right here now. They were together earlier. They have had a fuel stop. They have had a pit stop. And I'll tell you what, the last laps, Daniel Rowe 142.672, Brian Lewis 142.360. So they're within 2 or 3 tenths every lap all the time as they negotiate through back markers. But it's brought them closer, and the dice is on. It's elbows out again, I'm sure. And one thing I've also, one thing that's very important here to understand, and that you'll see, guys trying to pass other people that are at the same level or the same pace, it's not as easy to make a good clean passes. It requires a lot of thinking. It requires a lot of taking your time, following the driver, seeing where he's slower, where you're quicker, and to try and actually work out the overtake, and then to pile on a whole bunch of pressure and force him to make a mistake, or to use some back markers to help you get the pass done. It's always been said it's one thing catching up to somebody, it's another thing to get past that person. And we'll see this happen here. Brian Lewis is now within attack mode on the back of Daniel Rowe. But Daniel's getting the most and more out of that Honda. That V6 Turbo doing complete a sterling job, and a really outstanding result where they are currently in third place. We haven't really seen Hondas up at the sharp end of the stick for a long time, in fact, or I haven't. But Brian Lewis keeps on pushing with the Audi, and he's right there. Just looking further back, Mr. Fenton in 11th place. These guys are next to each other. Yeah, they come up to the top of the Leerkop, head down the mine shaft now, and I think that's Byron Kutzer, who's in fact just gone past Fenton in his Porsche. So Byron Kutzer gets it into the top 10 for PWSR, and they've been busy with the drive back the whole afternoon. It's taken them the best part of an hour and 50 minutes. Oh, and that Porsche gets super squirrely, and he manages to hang on to that. The big Bentley is not in this race. That's I think that's Fenter. It is Paul Fenter down in 23rd place, who's in amongst this dice, and he's managed to get back by and unlap himself. So yep, we're coming up almost 10 minutes away from the hour.
He's gonna offer up a little bit of a slipstream down the straight, but yeah, of course, that Bentley under no obligation to just slam on the brakes, and because the mistake was made, give the position back. If he's got the pace to unlap himself and continue without fiddling with the other drivers' race, he can continue like that. Just can't become a slow marker on the track if those blue flags are waved for too long, and you know, he's getting caught up in that fence. He'll certainly be wanting to get past. But this is the battle of the moment, isn't it? Of course, Lewis versus Rowe. You can see that lovely little sunset starting to take place, hence the corner name coming out through there, and that's right in your eyes as you come around there. So it can be quite blinding at times. Brian Lewis has certainly brought his A game into this battle, and of course Daniel Rowe acting as a bit of a pressure sponge, absorbing it all. Has so much experience in being in this sort of position where he has to stay defensive, but at the same time maintain his current pace. He's probably not even looking in the mirror at this point, Daniel Rowe. Brian Lewis trying to get what advantage he can where he can. But it goes back to saying what you mentioned earlier. It's one thing catching a driver. It's a completely other story trying to make that move. And that's exactly what Lewis is trying to write down now. Daniel Rowe.
George,
just
I've got to interrupt you here.
Drive through.
No, Alaric Enslin has had to retire the car from 5th place. So there's our first big hitter team. They've had an absolute massive failure somewhere, and Alaric Enslin and Jason Absmeyer are out of this race.
Oh, that is sad news, to be honest. They were certainly favoured to have a really good race out here today. Sometimes these kind of things happen in sim racing. That's almost the equivalent of us having a car failure. You blow an engine, you lose a swing arm, suspension failure, that kind of stuff. In the sim racing world, connection issues, that's the way it goes. And that kind of adds on to what you need to have in a successful endurance race. As a team, you need to have none of those issues that come through. So big loss coming out, and to lose that means that the opportunity for another team to slot up into that position is there. So competitors racing out here, they probably won't be as sad as us to see a competitor fall by the wayside. Free position for other drivers, they'll take that without blinking an eye. But for us, it is sad when competitors do have connectivity issues.
Yeah, totally. I mean, that's a terrible way to go. But as I say, nothing is over until it's officially over. I've seen this happen before. I've seen Jordan Sherritt and one or two other teams in the lead of even 24-hour races, and they've had a disconnect or the network's dropped. That's it. You can try and reconnect and get back in. According to the chat on the stream, Aleric had a fatal error in the game. Now, that is, I don't know what that's about. I've got to put that down to a problem on his own personal computer, maybe in the game itself. But a fatal error is what it is. It's a massive error, and it's forced the disconnect. Unfortunately, I haven't seen them reconnect, and I can't select them on my timing screen. So I don't know. I was kind of hoping maybe Jason Absmeyer would reconnect and drive the car himself, wherever they are, and get back in the race and go. But I can't seem to see them, and they haven't reconnected.
It's hard, at that stage of the race where you're running up towards the front of the order. You lose so many laps and you get put all the way down at the bottom. It's demotivating. Often we always say it's so great to see when people can get back in and continue to drive. Perhaps they couldn't reconnect through and have elected to just watch it out here, but it is always sad when things like that happen.
Here's a replay of Dierbold Nell down in 18th place and Martin Rattenbach in the big Bentley as they bomb down the main straight. They go through the kink and down towards Crowthorne, and the Audi up the inside of the Bentley. A good, clean, decent pass, and that position change has happened. It's done and dusted with no real dramas going on. So well done to all the drivers involved there. Nice, clean pass taking place. 4 minutes shy of the hour. We're almost at the halfway mark. Jordan Sherritt from the flag. He is on 66 laps. Quickest lap time of 141.2, and his last lap of 142.3. Leading the field, it's a good. Yeah, go.
It's just disgusting. I look at it and it's just like, it's just gross. Jordan is a absolute unit.
Scary.
30 seconds up the road from second place. And this is really why Jordan deserves to have that accolade of being, in my opinion, the top sim racer in South Africa. It might be a bit controversial. People might throw some shade at it, but honestly, in terms of delivering what it needs to be delivered, Jordan is an absolute unit.
I have to agree. Standing on the sidelines most of the time, I pick up a couple of the races that they enter overseas, the international team, and when he does go and get involved in the Lamborghini series. And Luke Addison actually raced in one of those not too long ago. It was about 2 weeks ago at Spa, and it was pouring down, and in 10 minutes he was about 10 seconds up the road. Luke Addison was in third place, and I think finished that race in third place. So the South Africans doing exceptionally well in the Lamborghini series, but Jordan is winning that by a mile. So you've got to give credit where it's due. The young man certainly knows how to drive these cars, and this, make no mistake, this field is a powerhouse field. All all of the top teams in the country are here, and yet he's up the road by 30-something seconds. We're watching Raymond Mooney, who's holding on to second place in the Porsche, and has done since the start as well. With the biggest ice, this one right now, Daniel Rowe with Brian Lewis right behind him in the lime green Audi, and it's now time for attack. Brian Lewis is on it. He is looking for a way past, and he is starting to push the pressure.
I mean, it is a dice that has lasted the ages. The test of time is going to be answered in when the checkered flag waves in 2 hours. But I mean, it's all a big send on the inside. A little bit of a nudge, runs wide. This will give Rowe the run down to the S's. And that was actually a bit of a mistake coming out from Lewis, I think. I think
so.
I think either way, you would have given that position back. With all this excitement happening on the track, Sam, are you back with us yet?
I'm back, and I've been quite focused on the Roux Lewis battle, because I think that's really where everyone's attention should be. For the last hour, they've brought a lot of action. Of course, watching Absmir and Alaric drop out, disappointing, because for me, I had them in my list of drivers to potentially make the top 4. I do have a question though, G. Taking away the fact that maybe, something happens to one of the drivers or the cars, if they're still having a clean race, can Jordan be caught? That's going to be my question as we hit the halfway mark.
I mean, if Jordan doesn't have anything untoward and continues with the pace that he has, I honestly don't feel like anyone has really brought anything more to the table that could answer back at him. Mooney will maybe have a couple of tenths here and there. If Essa was here as well, and Mooney could share that drive out and their strategy could work, perhaps. But as it stands now, if it would be Jordan's race to lose at this point. 2 hours to go. He could still make a mistake. There could be a big incident that he finds a wall. But predictions for me at this point in the race, with such a dominant start, I think it would be people will struggle to catch up to P1 right now.
So we are hitting that hour mark, which means we're going to see a lot of these cars pitting. What's interesting though is when Jordan decides to get out of the car, there's a possibility that his teammate Tariq Adam jumps in. I know George said in his opinion that Jordan is the best sim racer in the country. I would argue that Tariq is a very close second. So it's quite a scary team, and we'll have to watch how they're going as we reach the halfway mark. Because we're in a halfway mark though, I also get to give away some more prizes courtesy of Incredible Connections All-Star Gaming here in the All-Stars Underground. So this one's a little bit different. Apparently the admins feel that the drivers are working hard, so you have to work hard too. You need to go into the chat right now, the Twitch chat, and explain your dream gaming experience, and then just hit enter. My dream gaming experience is pretty much just my pajamas and my game, but I'm presuming everyone else has a far more exciting one than that, so share the exciting one. Don't copy pasta everyone else's answers. Try and be original. I know that's hard. It's a Sunday, your brain's not working, but just try. And while you're doing that, of course, you get to watch this epic racing going down. I mean, Alan, I posed the questions to George. Are you feeling the same, that potentially this particular team sitting in the top right now, that custom cut IT, that's where they're going to stay?
I have to agree with you. And apologies, I've got my own team in this race, but with the lineup that consists of Sherritt, Tariq Adam, and Luke Addison, we've got a little. There's this little smiley face, but it's not a smiley face. It's the arm. The word I've forgotten what I'm trying to say. It's the strong arm team, so to speak. They are extremely powerful. The only time I've ever seen Jordan Sherritt struggle was when somebody was extremely close to him and pushed him for a good couple of laps. Then you actually started to see a few cracks appear. It doesn't happen that often, and of late I haven't seen it happen. We had 3 or 4 of the fastest guys in the country all over the back of him at the start of this race, and he literally drove away from them to the point where he's got a free pit stop in hand right now. So unless they have a technical issue from a network point of view, I don't see another team catching them, to answer you straight up.
I do find it interesting. Tariq is actually in the chat, and we were obviously running the giveaway. And Tariq has said that his dream gaming experience is winning this race. Well, Tariq, it looks like dreams may just come true.
It looks like it. That's actually a pretty fair comment to say, Sam. This could happen for them today. I've been watching them all throughout the past couple of league races. As we're watching this race now between Lewis and Rowe, and they're arriving on a bunch of traffic. So this is going to affect what the result is here. Another penalty up on the screen for car number 23. It's De Villiers in the Porsche. They've got a 20-second penalty, and that was for contact with Pullen on lap 54. And that was almost 20-something laps ago. So it's taking the stewards, they're taking their time dishing out the penalties because they're doing some proper research and seeing what's going on before they hand out the penalties, which is good for everyone involved, mind you. But right now, we've just gone past halfway. We should start seeing a bunch of cars coming to the pits. But Lewis, right here, right under the back wing of Daniel Rowe. And there I say it, Raymond Mooney comes into the pits from second place. These guys now having to negotiate some slow markers, some back markers. And that's going to affect their positions as we watch Lewis come down into Crocodiles. And, here comes the action.
I feel like at this point Lewis is certainly going to be demonstrating exactly why it can be so hard. Is Rowe going into the pits? I think
wow,
he is. Yeah,
he did. And the Ferrari spins.
I mean, that's not the place that you park your Ferrari, sir. You need to find a pit box.
Did you see that?
At this point, that was. You know what? The only time that will happen is when you're being followed on a stream with 100 people watching you. That is when that kind of spin will happen, and that's going to be a little bit more costly in terms of a regular pit stop. Most of the time, we say you just need to worry about putting your pit limiter on. Now you got to worry about doing a 3-point turn. So that is going to be an interesting scenario. Ryan Barrington Smith, of course, Barry's a very talented driver as well, hunting down the likes of Lerero. And it looks like Sean has had his hand full of people catching up to him and him having to defend. But these guys all running within the top 10, still doing decently, showing what they can. And now this is where the Astons perhaps start to... that was a moment. But look at the space that Lerero gives to the likes of Barrington Smith. Like, just sees that there's going to be a potential send up the inside, runs really wide out of Engwe, doesn't compromise his own corner, is able to use the full exit out from Ingwe, and actually gets a better drive out down the start-finish straight and down towards corner 2. So a little bit of ice being applied to that battle. Certainly going to have the heat turned up a little bit later though.
Looking back at 12th place, Byron Kutza again. He was in the pits just now, so he's completed a pit stop. He didn't give the car back to Kieran, so he's staying in the car. And again, this fight for 10th, 11th, 12th continues. The car's still looking a little bit worse for wear on the front, so I don't know if that's new contact, but it must be, because he's carrying 5 seconds again. So let me just go and see. There we go. Puts a 5-second penalty cleared after second review, so it's been put down to a racing incident. Okay, so there the 5-second penalty gets cleared as we're talking about it. And he's now right under the wing of Mumford's Porsche, looking for a position change there, with Shan Laubscher just up the road in 10th place in his Bentley. So these guys all trying to get themselves back into the top 10 and closer to the top 5 prize positions. And as we saw, unfortunately, with Aleric and Jason Abbs, Aleric having a massive failure somewhere on his game, which has put paid to the Taro team, and they're out of this event, unfortunately. But this can happen to anybody at any stage through this event. If anything was going to possibly cause the custom cut RT car, Jordan Sherritt and his team to lose. That could be one of them, a network failure or an internet drop. But yeah, let's touch wood and hope that doesn't happen to anybody here, because that, as I say, I've seen it happen. It's the worst way to come out of a endurance race, and especially from being up at the sharp end of the stick. You certainly don't want to see that happen.
No, you do not. It is, you know, a fatal error is. It's not a way you wanna lose a race. For a lot of people,
No.
It's also not a way you want to win. You know, if it works, it works, and you know you'll take the win wherever you can. But you know, you want to have some on-track battles. That's what actually makes sim racing as fun as it is. It's pushing the limits, being side by side with someone, or having to chase them down, as we saw with Lewis and the likes of Daniel Rowe. They were having a lot of fun out on the circuit.
They were.
You know, a little bit envious of that little battle that they had. And there's a couple of those that have taken place. Barrington Smith here and Loureiro, they've also, you know, found themselves in a good position. Nice little battle between Kutzer and Mumford taking place, you know, a lap ago. Kutzer getting that done, coming into Crowthorne, you know, space given out by Mumford. So there's a lot of gentlemanly race behavior taking place. I think that the stewards have done well to sort of govern and make sure that everybody understands what is at stake here. On the back end here, we see the likes of Chris Heineke from Slick Racing trying to get the move done on Erasmus. Going to try and maybe spot an inside line. Oh, nice and tight coming into Ingwe there from Chris Heineke. Won't have the greatest of exits though, as a lot more speed and momentum being taken out by that under. Down at the start, finish straight they go, making their way down to the braking zone of corner 2. Looks like that one again will just be put on hold for a little bit longer. But Heineke, certainly an experienced sim racing driver, going to bring the heat and bring the battle. Waiting to see if he can spot out the braking zones. You can see the cooling effect of the sun starting to set. Coming through as well. 33 degrees now on track, 30 degrees ambient.
Yes.
I mean, still mighty warm, but certainly better than being close to 40 degrees. So as that comes down, the next sort of pit stop strategies, you're going to have to change the tire pressures as well. And I guess, you know, with an hour and 51 minutes to go, finishing this race in the darkness means that you are going to have to make sure that you set yourself up for the end of the race. Oh, so squirrely into
So close.
the S's he goes, and that allows Chris Heineke to get all the way onto the back end, but he backs off. He knows that if he makes contact with the car in front, he's going to compromise his own race and possibly be looked at by the steward. So Heineke backs off of that one, sees that there's going to be another opportunity a little bit later on, but will tuck into the slip down through the mine shaft into the braking zone for Crocodile. Wider line being taken by Heineke, nice and neat and tidy from the likes of Erasmus. Seems to work out quite nicely there for Erasmus. You have to get that car slowed down so you can get that almost straightaway exit. Oh,
wow.
Round the outside. Whew. Get that man a wheelbarrow, because
I'm going to get that replay up for you.
There. Oh, that was Erasmus, a little bit of a mistake, I think, coming into Cheetah, but the speed that Heineke took through there, it looked like he had inhaled a bit of NOS before he came down there. That was, let's have a look here. Here he comes up to Cheetah. Did he take a bit too much sausage? Go a little bit too much sausage, curb the slide. And
Wow.
in Formula One, you'd have everyone crying that there was a move done around the outside, but here we would argue that there was actually nowhere for Heineke to go, and had to take evasive maneuvers, and in doing so, has to do a little bit of mowing of the lawn before the pit entry.
Definitely. I mean, that was the racing line Heineke had to take. He saw the Honda hit that sausage curb, get a bit squirrely, and he went around the outside and literally just flew right by. So position done and dusted. Heineke down in 16th, 15th, where he was running in the top 10 early on in the race. So possibly has had some issues along the ways. Barrington Smith here chasing Loureiro. Loureiro's just been chased all afternoon and is doing very well. There we see our lead in the pits. So he's run, 11 minutes past the hour before he's come into the pit. So he's been running super quick lap times with a lot more fuel in the car. And so Jordan Sherritt pits. he'll get his pit stop done and completed, and he should come out still in first place. That'll keep him up there, but the gap will obviously be closer to Mooney and McCall, etc. But this race for 7th and 6th place, the currently one of the closest ones on track. Mumford in 12th, just behind Shan Laubscher. Here he is. It's the Porsche on the big Bentley. And this Sean Mumford for White Rabbit Gaming. This team's a little bit special to you, George. Okay.
I think so special that George.
Yeah.
I was just saying it was so special that George just couldn't find the words. You can see that Jordan Sherritt's jumped out of the car. Tariq is now in, so I'm presuming now it's up to him for the next hour to keep that lead. They do have a third driver, Alan. Do you think that they're gonna? Do you think we'll possibly see Luke in the last hour of the race?
I think I'd like to see him in the car. I mean, they entered a 3-man team, but all three of them, Luke is extremely quick as well, just like Tariq. They both come on in strength of late and are very, very fast. We've seen it happen in the local league racing. Jordan Sherritt did actually, in fact, sign both of them up to the Italian team, which they are now all part of. And so they know each other inside out. They know each other's strengths and weaknesses. And I would like to see Tariq give the car over to Luke, in fact, just now. Possibly at least bring the car home in the last hour. But we'll have to wait and see. Maybe Ken can give us some more insight onto that in our live chat. He'll know a little bit more. The rest of the positions at the moment pretty much static, except for from 6th onwards. It's all the other teams trying to get back into the top 10. Barrington Smith and Loureiro are all over each other. We also see here Johan Bega Grobler. He has got into the car after the pit stop. So this is a name that you might not be familiar with. He is taken over from Daniel Rowe. Hybrid Academy team drivers, these guys race together in the local leagues, and Johan Bega Grobler is super quick as well. So we'll see if he can close up that gap to Grobler, who's now in the Audi after their pit stop from Lewis. McCall. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, Hybrid Academy's been working so hard to get themselves into the top 4, so it would seem almost devastating if they don't at this point. But there is a driver that I'm keeping an eye on, just because he's had such a fantastic, I think he's had a fantastic few months, of course, and that is the Berries. I like to call him Berries in car number 9. I mean, he's had a really good... not just in ACC. I mean, he's had a successful run in WRC9. I know he was placed in one of those tournaments. I actually think he won on PlayStation, ironically. And then he was in the Fordzilla team that recently competed. So slowly starting to make sure that his name is up there with the Tariq Adams, the Jordan Sherritts, the Jason Absmears, the Alarics. But he's quite quiet in that sense as well, which I kind of like. He's there, but he's not as loud and flashy as the rest of them. He's kind of just waiting for his moments.
Yeah, 100%. Him, besides Bega Grobler and a couple of others, they aren't as vocal, they aren't as forthcoming, but their pace is definitely there. And we've watched him now push and attack onto the back of Sean Loureiro now for at least half an hour. So this is again goes back to the point I made. As we see that Bentley in the background just getting into the barriers. And that had a whole moment there. I think that wasn't Fenter, that was Shan Laubscher in 12th place. So he's had a moment in the Bentley. But back to Ryan Barrington Smith. It's all very well catching up to a driver of similar pace, but getting past that becomes another story. And this is now the situation we're seeing here. He is there, but he can't go further unless Loureiro makes a problem, or possibly there's an undercut happening through a pit stop. So it does get a lot more difficult to make positions up the higher up the grid you get. And that's again to answer your other question earlier about the Tariq Adam and Jordan Sherritt team. Can they be caught and passed? in all honesty, I've got to say no based on the gap that they've got. I would like to see Zahir Essa get into the Porsche in second place and see if he can start closing those gaps down. But I've also seen Zahir Essa in some of the world races with the likes of Tariq Adam and Jordan. They're all even paced, so I can't see them. Them closing down on the Sherritts or the Tariq Adams. But I would like to see Luke Addison get in the car, to be honest. Just waiting to see if we see an answer in the chat from Ken. Whether that'll happen or not, I don't know.
Of course, as well, that ATK sim racing team, they've moved themselves up into third place. We still haven't seen Pedro yet. This is a driver that you want to see. I want to see him as well,
Yes.
now, Alan. I believe G has found his voice again. All that emotion overcame him earlier. G, what do you know about Pedro Santos?
Also, completely new to hearing that driver driving for ATK for myself. So it would be interesting to see what they manage to bring to the table when they come out. And just to correct you there, I definitely wasn't crying in the corner, missing my hometown and my homies. Actually, I got a little bit of Tabasco.
Nice.
I got Tabasco sauce in my eye, which is actually what happened. It's
Okay.
I don't cry. I get Tabasco in my eye. But no, it would be interesting to see what ATK. We're going to lose Alan if I keep on going on about
I'm
this
finished.
Tabasco. No, it will be good to see what he brings to the table. You know, with ATK and their team, they always seem to pick up some really good talent when it comes out. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see if he really is incredible out in the car. But it would be good to see some variations coming through. Tariq Adam, big fan of this gentleman. Have always sung his praises, and I think I will continue to do so. Seeing him paired up with the likes of Jordan Sherritt makes my heart smile. Certainly deserves to get every accolade bestowed onto him, and Luke Addison joining as well. That is like the dream team of drivers. Incredibly young, incredibly talented, and incredibly dedicated. Three gentlemen you will not see taking anything for granted. They continue to work at their setups and their performance. It's not just a gift that's been handed down. Yes, they do have a gift when it comes to the driving side of things, but they work at it every single day. And you know, that hard work they put in, it goes and shows dividends. So I'm incredibly happy to see these three driving together. I think they've got a great little dynamic as well between them. You have to have that in a team. You have to be able to get on with your teammates. And I think it's just a stellar group of young drivers that will continue to take the sim racing world by storm. I saw on Twitter earlier, Adam, just to let you know about Zahir Essa's status. I don't know that he doesn't know, but it doesn't look like he's going to actually get power back anytime soon. So it might be Mooney running this whole race out. And again, those are two drivers that, they just get on so well. Also, a lot of fun on the social media side of things. That's where everything happens. I just love to see people doing well and exceeding and expectations in what they do. So not surprised to see the running of the top two teams. Certainly not surprised to see who's sitting in third and fourth place either. To me, these kind of people have been putting in so much work into their sim racing side that it really goes to show.
I can also confirm that it's been confirmed Luke Addison will get into the car for the last hour. So all three drivers will in fact drive that number 2 Audi, and that's going to be awesomeness to see young Luke Addison. I am very close with them as well. I chat to them in private and have helped out here and there with some server shares and stuff. So great to see the team structure going so well. And just FYI, let me give you an example of this. The quickest lap time by Jordan Sherritt in that car was a 141.2. Tariq Adam is lapping 141.5s. He's 0.3 off Jordan's quickest lap time. and he's doing these laps all the time. So they're going super quick. But let's not take some action away from other drivers. We're currently watching Sean Stradham here in 8th place in the Aston Martin, part of the LNR team, and they are all over the back of Byron Walker. Byron Walker having taken the McLaren over from Bruno Cadile, and this race for 7th position. This dice for 7th position, and it's all happening. These guys are 4/10 apart as they come up to Leeuwkop, and looking for any opportunity. But again, and I don't mean to repeat it all the time, but it's not that easy to pass drivers of the same pace as you when you're in the top 10. It becomes a lot more difficult, and it requires a complete brain fade of the other driver, or possibly a back marker to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Or look how close these guys are as they come through Cheetah, now down to the final turn. Ingwe, one of the new names for Kyalami, but super close and super respectful driving by both drivers. In fact, all the drivers on the track have been exceptionally well behaved today.
Really good to just see everybody pushing the limits, and especially as the sun starts to set out here, a little bit of an adjustment to your eyes as a driver, having to do the same laps in the dark. You don't have the ability to spot out your braking markers as much. It's completely different to driving in the daytime, and as obvious as that sounds, it's amplified out when you are trying to push to the limits that these guys are doing it. So some really good drives coming down. Yaku Nordia here for Kinetic Sim Works, also just on the back end of Isherwood. And I mean, Isherwood's livery, big fan of that, nice and bright. I love that little baby blue and the Lumo yellow. Wouldn't be a racing stream if I didn't add a color preference into it, to be fair.
George.
I mean, guys, there's some things in life that are guaranteed. 1, you will pay taxes. 2, I will shout out Porsches. And 3, I love colors.
Yeah, there you go.
I want to ask with the SRMC team, specifically with the fact that we now know that Zahir S is not getting into the car. I think people watching, there are some people in the chat never watched sim racing before. I mean, trying to put this in perspective, someone like Mooney has stayed in 2nd place. He's now going to have to race for the full 4 hours. This is not easy. The amount of concentration that this driver has to have. And the sun is setting, so in-game it's getting a bit darker. Your concentration, I'm sure, is starting to lag a bit. Is he able to maintain that 2nd place? I mean, what sort of stamina do you need as a sim racer to do that?
Yeah, to be honest, I've seen. I wouldn't use this term as the way to say it, but I've seen drivers do longer stints man alone. I've seen people do 6 hours on their own. George and me have commentated on, I think, a 9-hour where we had a driver do almost the entire race man alone. Mooney, you know, he is one of the aliens. He is capable of doing this. He's aware of what the problems may be. Sure, he didn't expect that he'd have to do the whole 4 hours himself. He was kind of hoping that his power would come back online. But, you know, if it does, it does. I'm sure he'll gladly hand the car over and take a break. But from a point of physical stamina, depending on the setup you've got, whether you're in a rig or if you're using a direct drive wheel and heavy spring-loaded load cell pedals or not, the stamina does come into effect. And besides that, you've also got the human part of that. You know, he's gonna be desperately holding on for a break. He might be getting, you know, depending on who's in the house with him, he might get thirsty and want to drink or need something to drink. Who knows? But it goes to show the dedication these guys have when they're in a team to commit themselves to the job at hand. They now know what the facts are. The facts are that there's no power in the teammate's house. There's nothing Zahir Essa can do about it. So, you know, Mooney's got to resign himself to the fact that he's going to be in the car for 4 hours. It might change depending on what happens, but otherwise, you know, what can you do? You can't just go, well, hang on, I've had enough. I'm going to now stop and take a rest. That's not going to help him. whether he's got the stamina and ability to catch up to the other drivers in the car ahead, i.e. the Tariq Adams or the Luke Addisons, etc., is a whole different. There's a whole different story. As Mooney arrives on a problem with the Porsche and the Bentley and goes past as cleanly as he can, he might then still have an opportunity to close up. Maybe Tariq Adam or Luke has a spin or a problem, and that gap will close down. But as it stands now, I don't see that happening. But I think he's one of the stronger people, and he's got the experience of driving long distances man alone.
The McLaren's still also doing really well, sitting there. One of my favorite drivers, Byron Walker, who likes to call himself Turtle. Never quite understood that, because I was under the impression turtles were like tortoises and go quite slow. But George, they are your team, so you're a little bit biased, but I'll ask you anyway. That they're having a pretty good race, pretty solid, sitting in that 7th place. But obviously the tortoise needs to. He's not a tortoise. I'm sorry. The turtle. Needs to, as I say that, oh no.
That's called commentator's curse. You've just implemented your first commentator's curse, Sam. Well done. That was all on you.
I'm sorry, George.
I might have got Tabasco in my eyes again after that. But yeah, it's to be honest.
Every time I talk about this driver, it happens. Every time I've spoken about Walker on a stream, this has happened. So I've just done. I can never commentate on Byron Walker again. Sorry, It's all on you now.
It's okay. We can, he has to work on his composure. You probably heard his name coming over the loud stream that's there and lost it a little bit. But I'm so proud of my whole White Rabbit Gaming sim racing team. I've obviously been out of action, not been able to drive, since leaving South Africa. I will get back into it, but the whole team has kind of absorbed that role of not really having someone at the sort of the keystone that I was before. Bruno's done a great job. Sean's done a great job. Jason, Jin, he's done a great job, and Byron's done a great job. They've all kind of got themselves in that, and of course Clinton Rydell's also part of that and gotten into it. These are all guys that never really did sim racing before. Bruno, of course, always has, but the rest of the team completely new into the activity and the sport. So I think they've done a great job, and they've just been showcasing how you can come from anything. So if you are watching this and you play a different game and you want to get into sim racing, it's never too late to join. I'm proud of the guys, and I think all their hard work, sometimes it feels like it's for nothing when races go bad, but for the best part of the last couple of months, it's just been phenomenal to see their performance continue to improve. So I'm really proud as a team principal to see how well they've done. And I'm one of those positive, upbeat people. I get excited about anyone doing well in the sport. But of course, it's always nice to see when people you've kind of been mates with for a long time start to really excel at things. So it's a heartwarming feeling. And to touch on that endurance side as well, just from Raymond Mooney having to do this all solo, he's probably sort of used to having to do long stints and has raced longer ones before perhaps, but it's a difficult thing. I don't want to take away from just how difficult it is to do all of that. We know as human beings, we need comfort breaks. You don't have that luxury, and you kind of you probably feel more like a real life driver in that sort of sense. You got to get your mentality right. You got all these back markers to clear. But what a great job from them to just hold on to second place. It's to play for. You've got all this money on the table that if you just pull out now, you've lost it. An hour and 30 to go. It feels like a short amount of time for us, but for drivers, that's still quite hard if you're doing this solo and you've driven for the last 2.5 hours.
Yep, indeed. To add to that, we're now getting into the normal league race length now, hour 20, hour 30 minutes. We've just been watching on screen. We saw Leslie Oliphant earlier in the Audi. He has taken the car over from De Walt Null, part of a slick racing team with Chris Heineke, etc. And Leslie busy on his drive back in 15th place. And then here we were watching Scruton in the Aston Martin go past the other Aston Martin of Malotto. And while that was all happening, we saw Mooney come through in the Porsche from second place. So that was what I was saying earlier about you seeing a whole bunch of traffic, but they're having their own race, like Swan de Villiers looking at the back of Erasmus in the Honda, but arriving just behind them, there he comes, is Mooney in the Porsche. So, everybody's got to be aware of what's happening and also got to take note of the blue flags. And I think it's been exceptionally good clean racing, and the back markers have been especially good today in making way for the faster drivers to come through while also being involved in their own races.
So Jordan Sherritt is in the chat, and he says that Essa is playing games with us. And that's what I've seen. So, I mean,
okay,
that could be happening, but I'm not going to play games with you. We actually have this incredible giveaway that I've just found out about, which is insane. Listen to this. Incredible Connections All-Star Gaming. Just for, if you're watching in the chat and you're following Incredible IC All-Star Gaming on Twitch, just for following, you could win that gaming desktop that's on your screen right now to the value of 24,999 Rand. The admins are going to drop a link in the chat right now. You just need to click it. It's a safe link, I promise. I never trust people who tell me to click links, but this one you can click and you'll be able to enter. All you need to be doing is following IC All-Star Gaming on Twitch, which is pretty epic. But let's get back into the racing now. And as I say that, we're having a quick pause just to get you super hyped and excited. Back in on the action. The change with the sun setting going into the nighttime racing. I mean, obviously for us watching, we see the difference, but do the drivers feel this as well, Alan?
They do. Listen, a track changes completely, Sam, between day and night. And again, also depending on the track, but it is a completely different track between day and night. Besides the fact that the temperature changes things, but optically, I don't want to state the obvious, but because you can't see certain things, it doesn't mean they're not there. So the lap times will slowly start dropping, or not dropping as getting quicker, but getting slower, because you can't detect or see those curves as well as you could during daytime. Currently watching, here's this man, Mr. Santos, in the car. He's taken over from Morgan McCall for ATK, and that corner they just went around just now, Cheetah with that horrible sausage curve on the inside. Now in the nighttime you don't see that as clearly as you do in the day, so you become a little bit more cautious when you take certain corners. You can't run too wide through crocodiles for fear of getting an off-track warning, and you get too many of those, you're going to get a drive-through handed out. So the times, they should slow down a little bit, but with our usual alien types, not so much. They kind of know the track. They trust what they can see through the headlights. We're now 6:40. It's 20-7 in game. Currently on board with Pedro, and if I can just find my mouse here, it seems to have gone walkabout. There it is. I'm going to go into. This is currently what it looks like. So we're full on in dusk. It is getting darker, but you can see the track's also getting darker. So, and Kyle Army not being one as far as a very well lit track for night racing, there's a good couple of sections where you don't see the track as clearly as you do in the day, and it just adds to the excitement and the drama that is endurance racing.
This is my favorite sort of time as it gets darker. As a driver, it's so difficult to really manage those braking points. But you've done that sort of endurance practice. Here we get that replay as they go alongside each other down through Mineshaft, and move being done then by Leslie Oliphant making his way through the field. But yeah, this is a nice time of the evening.
It is.
It's not too dark, but the track is cooling down, almost 30 degrees. As it cools down, you're just going to get a quicker and quicker track. It's becoming more optimum for the more ideal tire pressures that you wanted to run. A little bit of a change up from what you had during the daytime. So to be honest, it's a nice time to start to race here, especially if it's been a cracking hot day and it starts to cool off. whilst you guys were chatting there as well, I quickly went and made a couple of accounts so that I could enter into the giveaway, which I hope everybody in the chat has done, because what a stunning prize to be able to
Are
win.
we allowed to win? Hold on, are we allowed to win? Because if we are, then
well,
I'm
my
going to
name
go and
is
answer
now
too.
my name is not actually George on the entry form. I've used my pseudonym, which I will not tell you guys because I would still like to win. But I hope everybody has gone to enter. It's been a great day of racing, a great day of giving out prizes as well.
I've got production
was,
shining in my ear. We can't enter, and UK delivery addresses are not accepted. We'll go back to the racing now.
Okay, so UK delivery address is not accepted. Luckily, I have a forwarding address. I mean, I would never enter into a giveaway that was meant for you guys as viewers. But I hope you have. It's been an incredible day of racing, an incredible day of being able to give out cool things. So you guys really need to get behind Incredible Connection. Make sure you follow them on all their social media platforms. And of course, big shout out to Metal State as well for handling all the production. Everyone on the back end of that, just getting behind this and organizing it. It's been a great day so far. And we're not done yet. We've still got an hour and 23 minutes to go before we see that checkered flag up the front. We have just seen an incredible dominant performance from the guys that started the front end of the grid, but I'd like to see Zahir Essa come and get into the car. Jordan Sherritt telling us in the chat that might happen. Sam, I heard you getting some feedback there from I know you're a fanboy of Jordan. I once also asked him for a signature, but he didn't. Okay, you can fangirl, I can fangirl, you can fanboy, I can fanboy.
I did ask him
to be
for
honest,
a selfie
I also
he said no. So, I mean, there's that.
I asked him for a couple of things.
Oh, look at this!
No to all of those.
Sorry for the interruption. It's Walker.
No,
and Van Zyl.
How Walker managed to get that turned back around the inside sausage curve through the sweep is incredible. Forced very wide to come around, but
wow.
That is that is amazing driving coming out from our tents. On stream, no commentators curse. Hopefully that doesn't.
Every time I talk, Walker does something, and I've just realised that I can't deal with him anymore. Sort out your team member, George.
Please stop putting pressure onto my drivers. That's what needs to happen. But this is the racing that we want to see. Often Alan and I we're out here. We do these kind of endurance races, and we don't have racing to always talk about. Sometimes we have to talk about the car colors and things like that. But this is different. This is where we've actually seen a lot of the field having some pretty close encounters with one another. Might not be at the front end of the order, but if you look down through the 30 cars that are on the grid, there is someone having a fight with somebody.
Yeah, a good couple of dashes happening all the way up and down. I am keeping my eyes peeled on this one between Van Zyl and Walker, although Walker did get through for White Rabbit Gaming. Oh, and that Porsche getting a bit squirrely behind him as it came through Ingwe. The other one is the De Villiers car in 16th place. Daniel, right behind the Honda Erasmus. And these guys are all within a second of each other. And then all the other dashes, one or two or larger second gaps, but like you say, we're now at 1 hour 20. This is normal starting time for a league race. So we are expecting one more complete pit stop to happen, a proper one, on the hour, 20 minutes, give or take a few minutes. And yeah, it will be great to see. I don't know if we know confirmed, or as we see De Villiers, he's super close to this Honda now as they come down the mine shaft. In towards Crocodiles. That Honda running very defensive lines. But it would be great to see if Zahir Essa does in fact have power, and if he is going to get in the car. Oh, and there's a bit of pressure applied, and the Honda does get a bit of a oversteer, a little squirrely coming out the exit of Crocodiles, and De Villiers goes by in the Porsche. So that pass has happened, even though he's carrying a 20-second penalty. A pass is still a pass in the race.
pass is a pass, and it's certainly going to be interesting having to navigate the traffic in the evening time as well. I guess you're hoping that every one of your fellow competitors has put in the nighttime hours. You don't want to suddenly see a 4-second drop off on some of the slower drivers, where you've kind of learned how they're driving and where you can pass, to suddenly finding yourself rear-ending somebody. So as those nights come down, de Villiers there with that 20-second penalty, I mean, that's still something that they need to serve out, which gives hope to the likes of Erasmus and Buck. They're going to be looking at that thinking, well, don't have to make up too much time or positions on this, as they still need to come in and serve out that time penalty. I want to see Bega Grobler 8.1 seconds off the back of JC in 3rd and 4th place. So still some potential changes to take place. But I think that big drive from Brian Lewis for Sinister 5 really did cement in a good place for them to be if they are to hold out that 3rd position spot. And of course, prize pool paying out down to 4th place, but huge gaps in what you're earning if you do find yourself in one of those 4 grand spots to be like. So you really looking at that going, I really need to get a little bit more out of this. Losing money on each of these stages where I'm going to be, not really how you want to end the race.
No, you've got a point there. You've got to give credit as well, though, where it's due. Bega Grobler driving in a foreign car, so pedaling around here in the Honda, having taken over from Daniel Rowe. But these guys, they're doing one low 42s. JC Grobler is last lap of 42.2. Raymond Mooney's last lap of 41.9, and Tariq Adam of 42.0. So your top 3, top 4, very similar lap times with the light going, but still pushing, because they know they're still in a race and anything can happen with just on 1 hour 17 minutes to go. It's certainly not over, and I still expect to see a few position changes happen. Whether it's going to be with the top 5, who knows? I'm watching from 6 down to 10. There's still positions to be changed there. Heineke's on his way on a drive back in 13th. Olifant in 14th. I expect to see them in the top 10 just now. Santos, this new driver, this has got to be the most intriguing driver of the day for me. No clue who he is, and yet he's up there. All right. He did get there with the assistance of Morgan McCall. Whether he's also an 80k driver or not, I'm not sure. Must be, but he's done exceptionally well. And them in an Aston Martin, currently lying in the top 5 in 5th place.
I mean, it's weird to have a stream without Robert McCall here to give us some information, isn't it? Onto what's happening there. So it would be, Roberts, if you're there and you can give us more info on Pedro Santos, that would be much appreciated. I wonder if perhaps Junior's doing exams or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there.
Who knows? Completely theory craft taking place at the wheel. But Pedro Santos in that Aston Martin. I do love the, again, I'll talk about paint jobs, but this one with that South African flag theme taking place on it. I think certainly a good paint job for where we're racing today.
Gee, it is exam time for most students here in South Africa, so I'm presuming that's where Junior is. I know that his dad does prioritize his studies over everything else, so it could be that. But we will have to find out later. We get a chance to see Pedro, though, which is a racer we wanted to see drive. Before we do that, we did have that 1,000 Rand Logitech G gift voucher courtesy of Incredible Connection All-Star Gaming. And we asked for those of you that were watching to share your dream gaming experience. We have a winner, so congratulations. You are on the screen right now. And the dream gaming experience was easy, playing obscure games with my girlfriend and having an unreasonably large sushi platter.
Love it. Congrats. Well done.
I mean, we can also make that happen for you. Maybe we will later, but I feel like that could be done. So well done. You get your 1,000 Rand Logitech G gift voucher. We still have more prizes to give away, so make sure you're locked in for the last few I want to say the last little bit of the race, because it does feel like now it gets down to crunch time, Alan. This is where you've got to start making your moves, because it's going to get more and more difficult as the clock ticks down.
Indeed. As you pointed out earlier, with it getting darker, it's also going to change up what's going on and what the drivers can see. But from experience, George and myself have seen in the past, when you've got pretty large gaps in between the teams like we do up at the top at the moment, they very seldom change. The drivers in those teams are all exceptionally quick. We're going to hopefully see Luke Addison get in the car just now. We might see Mooney hand the car over to Zahir, and we'll just see similar lap times. It's not going to diminish that gap at all, because they are all evenly performing drivers, and they'll probably do very similar lap times. But for a couple of other drivers, it's still not over. Fourth and fifth and sixth positions, they are a lot closer, in fact, than the other ones. Baga Krobler, for example, currently in fourth place. Here he is in the Honda, and he's not that far behind JC Krobler in the Audi. So this position, there could still be a changeover happen before the end of the race. It's an hour 13 minutes to go, give or take a few seconds, and there's still going to be some. There still could be some changes to happen for the top five at least. Further down the field, everyone's still going. We've had one or two dropouts. Unfortunate to lose Aleric and Jason Absmeyer earlier with a quite a serious problem on his PC, so that was sad. And possibly one or two other teams that we aren't aware of. We did start with a bunch of teams, and at the moment I think we only have 25 left on the track. 26. So a good couple of a good few teams have disconnected or dropped out, but still, it's been an awesome day's racing, and hour 12 minutes to go. Let's see what happens.
I mean, that's sometimes something that we don't get to talk about too much, is, the tail end of the field. And
Yes.
for all these drivers that are still in that, other teams have been plagued with some issues and haven't been able to make it back in. But for everybody making it to the very end and surviving the 4-hour enduro, that's a feather in the cap. Not everybody has come out here to win it. Certainly you enter into a race so that you can race. There's no doubt about that. But for a lot of these drivers and teams, it's also just great to be able to combine up with like-minded individuals and be able to take to something as a bit of a challenge. And this 4-hour here at Kyalami has certainly been that for a couple of people. But big props go out to everybody who is still in this and making it down to the very, very last bit of the race. Now only 11 minutes to go, and certainly not yet done with the racing. Sam said it, and you've said it, Alan. This is where things start to get a little bit more exciting as well. The final hour push, a lot of people used to this sort of time duration from the sprint race series that people generally will enter into. So this is where you start to just take the extra sort of risks out on the racing track. This is where you really need to, if you're a couple of tenths behind someone, this is where you need to start putting your car into a better position. You need to make sure that if you do have any more scheduled stops, you get those done and don't have any issues in doing so. And with the track dropping down now to 30 degrees, I mean, it's almost 7 o'clock at night, still 30 degrees on the circuit. And lots of work still to be done for a lot of these drivers. But Radloff with a nice little pass there at the top of Leeuwkop takes 11th place off of Dupoy. And this little Porsche train from 9th down to 13th. I mean, it started as 6 Porsches, it's now 5. These guys have all been very, very consistent in their drives.
They have. It's been a midfield race that happened the whole race. We've seen all 4 or 5 of these teams going at it, hammer and tongs. But yeah, like you say, those drivers that are going to want to try and improve their positions, they're going to start trying to get their cars into a position where they can make a pass stick, make it stick cleanly, because they know they're being watched. We've got live race stewarding, which is a great part of this event. But that was a very decent pass by Radloff on Deploy. And Deploy, unfortunately, now also suffering the pressure coming from Heineke in his Porsche just behind. So it's never over. There's consistent pressure. You've got to consistently do regular lap times to try and get through the race as quickly and efficiently as possible, and not let people catch up to you. And that's where it gets difficult, because again, you've got back markers. And there's a huge moment just behind there. Christian Deploy's actually gone off at the SEs. Here he recovers. But as he's turning for the first of the SEs, the car got very squirrely, and he exited stage right. Chris Heineke went right past, and unfortunately, he has come back on the track, but he's dropped down a few positions.
Always difficult to have moments like that. One little snap, and those S's are so critical in your lap time. Yeah, you struggle through them, or not even if you take to the runoff onto the gravel. I mean, if you just have a bad moment coming into them or midway through, you ruin your whole run up to the top of the hill as well. So it's so important to really maximize there, and so often with the way that the track just dips away below you, one little snap and that's it, done and dusted. Is this Skula trying to get past Scruton? It is. And at the top of the hill they go. Skula on the back of Scruton, making the run down Mineshaft. And I mean, that elevation change from the top to the bottom, it's incredible to see in real life. The sim doesn't really show it when you're watching. When you're driving, you certainly start to feel it. Probably not as much as in real life, which is pretty obvious. But there's just really great.
Oh, there's a McLaren.
That's a McLaren facing the wrong direction. Gonna have to get that back pointed the right direction. Not quite sure which McLizzy that was, but there we go. Werner Boshoff now back. A little bit of dirt on the tires. You can see a little bit of oversteer coming out of Ingwe. Got a bit excited on the loud pedal and stepped it out a little bit. Looks great. Looks impressive. Definitely not quick when you're stepping out with the rear end.
No, does well to stay out of the way of the oncoming Frans van Zyl in the Audi. So that's been a pit stop happened there, I'm sure, because they're down a few positions. No, sorry, wrong Audi. Let me get my... Not the Honda, it was Krobler. Yeah, sorry, not Van Zyl, Krobler, who went through in the green Audi. They just had similar liveries, so here we go. We're coming up to the hour. Heard something on, I think that was him again. It was. So that's the McLaren again in the sand trap here at Clubhouse. And he's, in fact, I think he's just disconnected. Oh, he did. That car's just disconnected. So unfortunately, that's them out of the race. There was a disconnect. I think they maybe had a mechanical failure, but I can't select them on the timing screen anymore. So that's unfortunate. Going to pop to 16th place. Here's Mr. Isherwood looking at the Honda of Erasmus, and these guys are closing in on each other. Leaders now on 101 laps. These two cars at the moment on 99 laps. So 16th, 15th place, 2 laps back from our leaders, but still enjoying the race and having their own dice on track. And for position,
I mean, it's not a bad sort of stat that to be 2 laps back after 3 hours on a circuit that does have quite a short lap time here at Kyalami. So you can just see that even though there is a varying skill gap between the drivers that have entered here, there certainly is a lot of, you do this 2 years ago, you would have a much different sort of scenario looking down to 15th place. It's South African sim racing isn't, we don't have the same pool of drivers that the Europeans have had, who have been doing this for a much longer time, with obviously a lot more entries and things like that. It's not the same when it comes down to it in terms of that skill level. So I think it's phenomenal that a lot of these teams and these drivers are still within that arm's reach of each other, that arm's length. Incredible to see people just sticking it out and making it to the very end, hopefully, if all things go the right way. And right now, Isherwood lighting that fire into the back wing of that NSX. Erasmus going to start to feel the pressure. And in these nighttime conditions, when you're in that cockpit and you've got the other driver's headlights behind you, it's certainly something that can catch you unawares, especially if you're less experienced in the sim racing world. Jason Isherwood, not someone that I'm saying is, or Erasmus, that's not at all what I'm implying, but it's something that, as a sim racer, you have to deal with, and you have to be able to feel the pressure and offer up a defense, and by doing that you might slow your lap times down. You might be able to turn it around and be a little bit quicker, knowing that there's some pressure coming on from behind, or force your driver behind to make an error. And right now it looks like Isherwood just a couple tenths off where he was a few corners ago, so maybe gets himself into a position that he's not quite comfortable on, just backs it off and decides to mount the attack a little bit later on.
Yep, indeed. We are 3 minutes shy of the hour, and another whole bunch of pit stop cycles coming up for a lot of the teams. This Billy Turon in the big Bentley, and he's got that Aston Martin going up the inside of him. Pedro Santos, in fact, and right behind him there you can see the green Porsche going through of Raymond Mooney as well. Billy Turon having a close race just now with one of the other cars. Jason Isherwood in 14th place that we're watching just now. He's right in the thick of things here. He's pushing hard on the back of Erasmus in the Honda. And as you can see, with the light fading and it getting darker and darker, it becomes a lot more difficult to see everything properly, and this is what introduces the challenge of endurance racing. The view from in the car, that's what you kind of focused on, where your headlights are picking up ahead of you. But you've also got cars left and right in your mirrors you've got to be aware of. And Fenton in 16th place gets a drive through. So he'll have picked that up for one too many off-track excursions. And he's going to have to now do a free run through the pit lane without stopping to get rid of that. That's unfortunate, but it happens in these races. Mac van der Merwe close behind him, in fact, in 17th place here in the Ferrari, as he goes past Fenton in the Porsche. So Fenton obviously struggling in the night time, and that's picked up the drive-through. But they'll carry on pushing. They've still got to get to the end. I'm sure they're going to. Up at the front, though, no change from our regular Tariq Adam on 104 laps as we come up to the hour. And he'll be coming into a pit and handing that car over to their teammate, Luke Addison, who will then be bringing it home for the final stint. I actually love seeing the action with the cars on track, with the sparks from the diffusers and the bodywork when they hit the track. George, it gives it a very realistic look.
Oh, I too love it. I remember in early sort of instances of ACC where that was only something that you could see on your own car. And then when the patch eventually came out that you could see it on other competitors' cars as well, and also from the broadcasting side, I was just like, my day has been made. But yeah, it really does look good, and it adds to that sort of realism aspect that we always punt home with these sort of sim racing. I don't even know, it falls under the category of gaming. Esports falls under the sort of umbrella term of gaming. But these sims and the simulator and the setups and the amount of time and effort that you put into it, it feels a lot more than just a game at times. And certainly when you're battling out with other drivers on the track, you don't look at it as a game. It's a race. The racing is real. The cars are not.
Exactly. I mean, it's a bunch of like-minded enthusiasts who all have a passion for motorsport, and they're getting to live out their passion. Some of these guys are real drivers. Some have had experience on real tracks. I'm not talking about a track day in your fast BMW or your fast Golf. I'm talking about real racing drivers that race in local leagues. And having started out in this about two and a half years ago now, we quickly learned who was good and who we wanted to be as fast as, and that was kind of a yardstick that, for example, Kieran, my son, measured himself against. He always wanted to try and get quicker, and we used Bruno Cadile and Alaric Enselin and Jason Absma and Leslie Oliphant, and he slowly but surely got up to their pace and got quicker than them, and he's now up there and part of this elite bunch. And he's had the amazing opportunity to be in an open race, in a Div 1 class race, and on some of the bigger racing sim race events with international drivers. But it's always getting involved in a race and being involved in a race with a Tariq Adam or a Zahir Essa, because, as I say, they are experienced racing drivers, and you kind of you then have a definitive measuring point that you can compare yourself against. And for some of us it's very embarrassing. For others it's a okay, I'm not that bad. I'm only a second off his pace, or I'm 8/10 off his pace. I'm getting quicker. I'm becoming as good as they are, and that part of the sport has been good fun to watch, and also been good fun to see drivers that have been midfield drivers now getting into the top 10s and top 5s and getting quicker as they go along in their careers, and enjoying the sport and racing with other like-minded enthusiasts.
I mean, it's different for everybody, isn't it? The love of sim racing is there from everyone. You can't be a part of it without falling in love with it, to be fair. And I say to everyone that I meet who doesn't quite know what it's about, is to give it a go, even if it's just in a rig that a friend has, or that you can go through to a little installment of it at an expo or something, and just have fun. It really is something that either grips you or you hate it. I've yet to meet someone that's tried it out and gone, oh yeah, that's not for me. Every single person that I've had the encounter with that has tried it out has just fallen in love. And for me, things like watching the Formula One, nostalgic experience that I used to do with my dad from a very young age, and still to this day, I watched that because of what it gave me with him. And sim racing kind of was a way for me to, I'd never have the money to be able to go and drive a real car in real life, and I would be horrendously off the pace if I did. So even if someone was to say to me, I'll pay for everything, I still wouldn't do them any favors doing it. But sim racing gives me this opportunity to meet people on a level playing field, and to try and improve my skill sets. And I'm certainly not the quickest driver. I've never claimed to be, but it really does. It really goes to show just what this community is about. You've got the incredibly quick drivers, and you've got people that do this day in and day out, that are going to be exceptionally quick. But there's just so much fun to be had out there in whichever sort of aspect. And sim racing, it all started out with the good old days of the casual racing games, the Gran Turismos.
Yes.
Early on PlayStation, and going through on Forzas, and that all kind of gives everyone the taste of it. And then it's just sort of improved to this simulation racing that we get today. And I mean, it's just so nice to be a part of all of that. But we detract slightly from what's at hand, and that, of course, is this race. Always nice to have a little bit of a reminisce session out on the circuit. But what a race it's been, especially for Custom Cuts IT up in first position. Tariq Adam, when he does eventually hand that car over to Luke Addison, he's going to do so with pride. He's taken what Jordan Sherritt set up for them, and he's only continued to improve. I mean, look at this. Mooney, after going into the pits, then comes out behind Krobler. We expect that Sinister 5 and 4 Audi is still going to go into the pits and hand this position back to Mooney. But again, this is this is where your last sort of your last attempt to make those changes to your setup come in. Are you going to change the tires on the next pit stop? Are you going to change your pressures? If you are, you need to sort of make a prediction to what's going to happen in the next 30 minutes. Does the track temperature just drop off entirely, or is it kind of going to hover around this moment? Do you need to add extra fuel into the car to make it to the very end? As the lap times get quicker, it means that you're going to be using more fuel, so you need to make sure that you've got those levels right to make it to the checkered flag. So still a lot to play for. Up at the front end of the order, first to fourth place. These are the guys that are trying to make it for prize money. Everybody else still racing for pride and finishing positions. But 52 minutes to go, Alan. There's still so much to play for.
True. I had the car on Mooney, obviously, because he's now pitted and come out, and unfortunately, or fortunately, we're not going to see Zahir Essa. So it's Mooney flag to flag, wherever he's going to finish. Tariq Adams still due to bring that Audi car number 2 into the pits, and he'll hand over to Luke Addison, who we will then see bring the car to the end. But look, we're at 29 degrees as far as track temperature goes. We've dropped almost 8 degrees since the race start, and it's 7:15 in race. It's going to drop still at least 3 or 4 degrees. But most of these guys will have taken that into account. They know what's expected, what's going to happen. So this now, the final set of pit stops that should be happening. The other drivers, whoever they are, going to be getting into cars. And if anybody has any plans on improving their position, now you've got to put your foot and go. I see Kieran Patterson has got back into the PWSR car, so they're in 12th. He's going to be pushing from there to see if he can get back up into the top 10. Just looking further back down, 17th place, it's Jason McGregor in the Honda, and he is arriving on the back of Pullen's Porsche, this for position for 16th and 17th. They are super close to each other on the track. And we can see the pit lights lighting up. Isherwood into the pits there from 12th place. So final pit stops happening, and then it's the last dash with just under 52 minutes left of this race. So it's pretty much gone past quite quickly. It's been awesome being with you and with Sam, TechGirl on stream and handing out all these prizes. And it's been a great event all around. I hope everybody's enjoyed this. Do we still have anything to give away, if I may ask, or is everything done there, Sam?
We do still have something to give away, and I'm going to be giving it away in a little bit. And then, of course, we have two winner announcements. Those will be coming up. So if you are watching, all that action, it has been worth it for sure. But the prizes as well here with Incredible Connections All-Star Gaming, the All-Star Underground, and of course they're doing this every week for the next few weeks. They unlock a game, you go and enter, and then it's luck of the draw to get you in. And of course we've got a chance the lucky chance to see all of these drivers. It's going to heat up now, I think. Obviously the money, 20,000 Rand prize pool. If you want to win the money, you've got to be in the top 4. I think we're going to start seeing that aggressive driving we saw in the first hour come into play now, because this is make or break. You've got to get yourself into one of those top 4 positions and hold it if you want to finish in the money. That's what's going to be going through a lot of these drivers' minds at the moment, I'm sure, knowing that they've got to make sure if they are, I would say, sitting sort of, fourth, fifth, sixth, that this is where you've got to play. But even if you take a look at the difference between fifth and sixth from a timing point of view, it's going to be hard.
Yep, exactly. Although there are still some pit stops to be done. Bega Kroble in fifth still has to pit. Santos will still have to pit in fourth, so that's still got to play out. Kroble in second still has to pit, whether he gives the car back to Lewis or whether he stays in the car. So right now the positions are not cemented. I'd say at the moment your first and second, your Tariq Adams stroke Jordan Sherritt stroke Luke Addison position. I can't see Mooney catching up to that, but Mooney will then be in second place all on his own, but it's not over for third, fourth and fifth. So we still, in the next 50 minutes, 49 minutes and so many seconds, we're going to see some changes happen.
I echo that. I mean, I think the start that Custom Cuts IT has had up at the front has been exactly what they needed, and they've been dominant since the very waving of the first green flag to start us away here at Kyle Army. They haven't put a foot wrong, and they've just continued to just sort of ease their way further and further away. I alluded to it sort of at the start that was something that everybody had to make sure didn't happen. It's always easier said than done, especially when you're up in the comfort of the commentary box. But I mean, they've just had a phenomenal start to this race, and there's been some good on-track battles from a lot of the teams here. I'm sure post-race there are going to be a couple of congrats going out to the drivers that have managed to do that. Here we see Kieran Patterson landing on the back end of Byron Walker.
It's you and me, George.
And, Alan, I mean, this is a battle of the teams that we've got the money in on, and there's no conflicts of interest, I promise.
None.
It's all from an enthusiast point of view, but around the outside, Kieran going to try and have a little look-see here. Byron going to squeeze Kieran really out on the outside of the track. Kieran going to have to jump back on to make his way through the S's, but there's some incredible pace coming out from that BWSR Porsche, and he will get a better run out of Barbecue. We'll be on the outside, then coming down into the braking zone. Car's length ahead, inside line perhaps available to Walker, but no such thing. Patterson makes that look clinical, gets the move done, and it will be for Walker to settle in behind.
There we go. So it does in fact go back up into the top 10, and I think he might make up one or two more positions still. They just had a really bad start to the race with their turnaround on T1, but that's what racing's all about. Further back, yes, Jason Gray in 16th place. Here he is in that coloured Aston Martin, very brightly coloured car, right on the back of Mr. Pullen's Porsche, and this is that 5-car Porsche DAS, which has now got the Aston Martin that's joined up to come and play with everyone. But 47 minutes left. Top of the sharp end of the stick, that third, fourth and fifth position is still all up to play for, and once the last pit stops are done and dusted, we'll be able to get a better idea of who's where. Gray running a little bit wide with the Aston Martin there. So Santos still to pit, Krobler still to pit, and he's running well in second place and pushing in some huge lap times, so obviously trying to get as much of a lead as possible and put in the quickest lap times. His last lap time a 1:42.8. Tariq Adams' last lap time a 1:41.8. So first place a whole second quicker. But that's neither here nor there. It's Krobler trying to egg out a little bit of a gap on Santos and Bega Krobler, who are his nearest challengers. You can see Bega Krobler's 10 seconds off the back of Santos. So the Honda, which will need to come in for a pit stop, chasing down the Aston Martin of McCall and Santos. And this position will also obviously still come into play for as we come down 45 minutes and counting. This is it. Let's keep our eyes peeled on these deltas and see what happens in the next couple of minutes.
Optimal time to pit
And I
now.
hope that
If you need to have that pit, I'm just curious. When is the optimal time to do it? Is there an optimal time?
I mean, in theory, a lot of these, the drivers that have already gone in and served their pit stops, they've probably, fueled it up to, be able to complete the race. If you haven't pitted now, you've got to make sure that you're calculating fuel even more economically in terms of you don't want to overfuel the car and pick up additional, weight in the car. So here we go. Here come those pit stops. 44 minutes left to go. Tariq Adam comes in, Krobler comes in. These drivers, they're timing it perfectly, Sam, because I think they heard that you've got more things to give away as well at some point. So I hope everybody in the chat is preparing themselves to potentially win more with Incredible Connection. I've certainly tried to enter a couple of times. Don't tell my employers that, but I have, and hopefully I'll win out with the next giveaway.
Some of them are like they're going to do the driver changes so they can jump into the Twitch chat to enter the competitions. We do have a giveaway for you. Another 1,000 Rand Logitech G gift voucher is up for grabs, and we're going to make this one nice and easy. All you need to do is type ! all stars in the chat, spam that like crazy. We'll draw a winner quick fast, so make sure you get your entries in. And of course, there is the other giveaway that's also going on. We'll announce that winner at the end of the race. You just need to go to the Incredible Connection website, screen grab the item you would spend your 1,000 Rand Logitech G gift voucher on, and then head on over to Twitter, post it up there, tag Metal States and Incredible Connection, use the hashtag ACC Underground, and you'll go into the draw to potentially win another Logitech G voucher. So lots to play for you, and lots to play for the drivers right now. Luke Addison has taken the wheel. I am told by his team that he has been given one instruction and one instruction only, and that is to get that car home in first place over the checkered with the checkered flag. That's his goal. That 10,000 Rand for first place. He needs to bring that home now.
Indeed. And here he is in amongst the traffic, but I can almost hear those instructions being echoed out to him. Tariq did an awesome job. Obviously, a boss man up at the sharp end of the stick, Jordan Sherritt, doing the first opening stints and putting in a lot of the groundwork needed for this. It's all about Luke just keeping his nose clean now, not getting involved in anybody else's dramas. That's something I regularly say to my team, and that's what helps you get to the end with minimum fuss. Don't take a gamble on a pass. If it's looking a little bit iffy, if you're listen to what your stomach tells you. If you're not happy with something, don't go for it. Wait 2 or 3 corners and then make a cleaner pass in a better part of the track. And that's all Luke's got to do now. It's basically 42 minutes. He's got to do what's he got to do? About 20 laps. 22 laps. He's currently his last lap of 1:48.4, so that's his first out lap. But yeah, he's got a whole lot of traffic up ahead of him, including Mr. Santos in the Aston Martin. There he is. I can tell you, I got a private message from Rob, and he has given us some insight. Junior is right in the middle of exams, so you were also right there, Sam. Right? You see what I did there?
I saw what you did there.
And Pedro is he's from an RCI league overseas, so he has joined up with Morgan McCall to drive this car. So that's why we don't know who this guy is. But there we go. Similarly for Raymond Mooney, who's one of the overseas drivers, who's paired up with Zahir Essa. Unfortunately, we just didn't see Zahir in the car. But there we go. Santos still to pit from 4th place, and Baga Krobler and Sean Strayed in 4th, 5th and 6th. Possibly 1 or 2 other cars that I haven't been taking notes of. So we shall have to wait and see where that all pans out for them. Cars are looking fantastic now with the headlights glowing, and the exhaust pipes also on fire, especially the Porsches. I really enjoy looking at the back of the Porsches. The exhaust systems all glowing with the heat dissipation. In fact, all of the cars do, for that matter. There's a prime example. But Yeah, 40 minutes to go, George. It's all going to boil down to the last 40 minutes and who can do what to see. Yeah, you can see that the lap times between Santos and Krobler in 4th and 5th are super close. So I think there's still going to be some position changes happening here.
It certainly is going to be quick. Alan, you might enjoy looking at the back end of the Porsche. I enjoy looking at all aspects of a Porsche. So, looking at the cars at the moment on the track, this is certainly where ACC does shine. I really do enjoy the nighttime views, the way that the headlights illuminate the circuit in front of them. I think it's just a really good sim for all around that. In times to come, we might have another one of these kind of endurance races. We see some variation in the weather. It's been a nice dry day out here, nice and warm for the drivers. Haven't had to do too much in terms of dealing with the wet. Going on board with Luke Addison, you do get to experience the way that those headlights illuminate the part of the racetrack in front of them. A little flash of the lights there as he approaches back markers. And of course, that's just a little warning saying, I'm behind you, I'd like to come past. Santos going to hang it out nice and wide. He's going to get off the accelerator. He does. Addison, a secondary flash there just to say, mates, I am going to send it as we go through Crocodile. But a great drive coming out from Custom Cuts IT so far. And Luke being given those instructions, from his teammates. I wonder if they all understand binary or if it's just one or two, but to be honest, all three of them are machines. And right now, on the circuit, they've just showed their dominance. In second place, the Coach Z Racing Academy team, Raymond Mooney, having to do this solo as Zahir Issa sits back and has to watch. Hopefully he's able to watch, even without his power. He'll be very proud of his teammate doing the solo and managing to hold it in second place. JC Krobler and the Sinister 5 Audi. Of course, Brian Lewis and JC Krobler pairing up together. Also doing a great job to hold themselves on to that third place. And of course, it's the ATK Academy car. Almost feels like we can't do a sim race without these guys showing themselves up at some point. And with Pedro Santos now at the wheel with Morgan McCaw as a teammate, I mean, they've just made their way casually up into the top 4. Do they still have to pit? I think they do.
Yeah, they do. They've got a pit stop
behind. Yeah, so that will put them then behind Johan Lego Krobler in that hybrid Academy Honda, which will be the last points and prize-paying position in this endurance race. Not a car I'd expected at the start of this to make it up towards there, but I've been proven wrong, and I'm glad to see that Honda power unit being an absolute boss out here at Kyalami. 37 minutes to go, and it's certainly all to play for here. So when Santos goes into the pits, we'll be able to get a realistic sort of position to see if they're going to be able to make it back through. But I mean, at the moment, only 6.4 seconds behind them is this Hybrid Academy Honda, which means that after they've served that pit stop, it will be well over 20 seconds that Santos will have to make up. 6th place, Sean Stradham from Logistical Nightmare Racing. Also a big racing community, LNR.
Yes.
Coming out and hailing from the console side of things. GT Sport on the PlayStation, really where I got my first real sense of LNR. And they've just, dominated when they've got into the PC side, showing that they can hang with the PC sim racers. Flip and Sail here in the number 16 Audi, ahead of Leslie Oliphant in 8th place, and Kieran Patterson sitting comfortably within that top 9, or top 10, should I say. Jason Van Rooyen closing out the top 10. So right now the top 10, all going to be very proud of the drives that they've had. Not always going to be for points-paying positions, but sometimes that's the way it is, and you do just get that sense of pride from finishing ahead of a whole host of other drivers. What a great endurance day it has been so far.
It has been a great endurance. Yeah. I mean, I'm just going to interrupt quickly because I want to get this out of the way. 35 minutes left. I've got to ask, how much is Porsche paying Alan and George for the promotion that they've got during this entire race?
Yeah, you don't want to know how much they pay us. It is a disgustingly huge amount of money. from Porsche. I just looked outside at my GT3 RS parked in the driveway.
Jeez, why am I not in this? I don't seem to be in this equation. It doesn't sit well. It doesn't sit well with me. But no, Kyle Lamy being purchased by Porsche and Toby Fenter a few years ago, and he's performed miracles in converting the track to what it is now. He's got it to a level 2 spec FIA track. It's not right or not ready for F1, but I don't think that's a problem. The GT3 cars are awesome to see here. Proofs in the pudding with the Intercontinental GT3 Championship having come here now and will be coming here 5 years in a row, and hopefully that still gets extended. We know all the drivers love coming here. We've got a good couple of South African drivers that race in the GT3 Championships, Jordan Pepper and the Van der Linde brothers, who love coming home and racing at the Kyle Lamy 9 hours. So it all boils down to, it's homegrown. It's a Porsche track, Toby Fenter, etc., etc., and they just seem to work very well here. In this race, however, these guys are actually the salt in the wound. Audi and Jordan, Luke and Tarek having driven an awesome race. They've got literally 35 minutes left. They are almost an entire lap ahead of the whole field. And I say almost because Raymond Mooney's there or thereabouts in his Porsche. But trust me, this isn't over. Look at Santos in 4th place, looking at the back of Krobler. So this is for position. However, Santos does still have to pit. Bager Krobler in 5th, Stradum in 6th, and Van Zyl in 7th all still have to pit. So that's going to allow, depending on what the gap is, unfortunately it seems to be over a lap from Stradum further back to Van Zyl. There he comes. So Stradum comes in, but we're still going to possibly see the Olifants and the Pattersons and other teams come up towards the top 5. But if you ask me now, George asked me, who's going to be in 4th and 5th place? I'm going to say to you, I have no clue. I can't tell you right now.
George doesn't need to ask you because you've answered the question, but I think we're all in the same boat. We just don't know how that's going to go. I do, though, I'm going to pull your attention away from the action on the screen real quick because I have that 1,000 Rand Logitech G gift voucher to give away. You were all spamming !! All stars in the chat. And we now have a winner. That name is going to be coming up on your screen. Congratulations. Someone from the Incredible Connection All-Star Gaming team will slide on into your DMs to give you some more information. And don't forget, there is one more Logitech G voucher up for grabs. You just have to head on over to the Incredible Connection website, screen grab the item that you would spend your 1,000 Rand Logitech G voucher on, then head on over to Twitter, post it up, tag Metal States and Incredible Connection, use the hashtag ACC Underground. I will be announcing the winner at the end of this race, and we still have one more giveaway, so I'm going to tell you about that in a little bit. But right now, back into the action. Look at Pedro Santos going. He is hungry. He wants to move up to 3rd before the end of the day.
Yep. He is indeed. He's pushing hard here. You see Lamprecht down in 12th just received his DT. That'll be for off-track. You go off-track essentially 3 times. That's your final warning. The 4th time you do an off-track excursion, the game issues you with a drive-through penalty. It's a clever component of this game. The white lines measure the side of the track, and if you go too far over them on that corner, Sunset for example, and 1 or 2 other corners where you can do it, if your outside wheels go over the white line and you're carrying too much speed, you get issued with a track warning, and 4 of those equals a drive-through. And Lamprecht does in fact come into the pits. You can't stop and perform a pit stop while that happens. You have to literally drive through at the designated speed, 60 kilometers or 50 kilometers an hour, and it's a whole waste of at least 30 seconds of your time to clear that track penalty. And but it's all built into the game, and it makes for a very interesting and very realistic experience.
Pedro is now hunting down Grobler. He's right on his back. Look at that, George. He really just wants to find a line that's going to allow him to move up a spot and potentially earn him some more cash for his team.
Oh, cash money, cash money. On board then we go with Pedro Santos. So we make our way through the first corner, the kink. Basically a flat out right-hander, not really even a corner, down into turn 2. Nice and twisty setup as you go through Crowthorne. Set yourself up to get a good run up through the Yuxke sweep before again just dabbing on the anchors just slightly to take the left-hander of Barbecue. Then it's flat out as you go past the old pit lane, and you set yourself up for this corner, which is Sunset. Again, not really sunset now with the nighttime reeling in, but brilliant corner itself. And then the left-hander of Clubhouse. Also, just got to make sure that you set yourself up well for that corner. Otherwise, you find yourself drifting a little bit wide out into the gravel. The Titan twisties through the little dip as you go through the S's and then climb up the hill to the very tricky left-hander, which is Lucorp. So many ways to actually use this corner to your advantage when you're doing an overtake. And then down the incline you go once again as you go down through Mineshaft. Flat out through this left-hander. When it's wet, it's a little bit different, but during the dry, absolutely no problem going flat out through there. Then onto the brakes through the right-hander of Crocodile. And then you make your way up to this treacherous corner, which is Cheetah. Catches a lot of people off that yellow sausage curb. Barely visible in the evening. Even harder when more people have hit it. And then you set yourself up for the left-hander of Ingwe. Ryan Barrington-Smith on the back end of Flipton Sale. Very much a battle between the Aston Martins and the Audis. We've seen a lot of these taking place. Barry's carrying a lot of speed as he makes his way out through Barbecue. Once the inside line into the braking zone, isn't quite going to be able to get to that. It's going to tuck right behind Finsale as they make their way through Sunset. But hunting and lighting that fire under the back spoiler, following in the wake and making sure that he can just sit in that slipstream, get as much advantage as he can, and keep that pressure mounted. You know, one small mistake, one missed braking zone, and an overtake is done and dusted. It's so much mental fortitude in racing that you really can't focus on someone else's race. You've got to just do what you can do, and you're going to go ultra defensive. Very wide goes that Audi of Finsale, and the inside line just absolutely murdered by Ryan as he gets himself up into that 6th position spot.
Yeah, I think Finsale completely outbraked himself. Leeuwkop, like you said, an extremely tricky corner. That is part of the new track where the track turns left to come back down Crocodiles. The original old Kyalami, you turned right at Leeuwkop to head down the long 1.8 kilometer long straight in the old days. But that is now a blind curve. The braking point is completely blind as you come up the hill towards Leeuwkop. And that catches a lot of drivers out, especially when you're under pressure. You're busy watching the car in your mirrors, and then you forget to actually pick up on your braking point, miss the braking point, you run deep through the top of Leeuwkop, and the driver following you nails his braking point, takes the tighter line, and the pass gets done. But I'm intrigued because we're at 26 minutes to go, and I'm convinced that Santos still has to pit, as does Bega Krobler and this car we're watching. So it's coming down to within the last half an hour that these final pit stops, they're literally going to be splashes and dashes. And I don't believe that they can carry on. Santos cannot drive to the end from where he is, unless he did pit and we never saw it. But I'm not too sure about that. I'm convinced he's still got to get in, and Morgan McCall will get back in the car possibly. So, yeah, listen, the next 25 minutes, there's still going to be some action to be had. Yeah, you can see the gap. He's looking up ahead at JC Krobler in the lime green Audi, and that gap at 1 second at the moment. So it's super close to third place. But as I say, I don't believe this is a genuine track position. I think that Audi is running on, at least the Aston is running on fumes, and Pedro Santos still has to bring that car in for its last pit stop.
I mean, they can go a little bit longer in the Astons, but certainly not to the extent of having a 30 minutes advantage in terms of running, I'm sure. So it will be interesting to see.
Yes.
I wasn't really following the ATK progress, to be honest. They've kind of just slipped their way through there, and again, just a nice, clean drive coming out from both their drivers. Put them in a position now where they can be contesting for the last little bit of that prize pool. As we see, whenever we switch camera angles, a lot of drivers on the track getting blue flagged, having to move out of the way of the cars that are ahead of them in terms of the timing sheets. Once again, tip of the hat to those drivers that are making those gentlemanly decisions to not get involved in races that they shouldn't be. I mean, they will get punished out by the stewards if they caught not obeying the blue flags of racing. But it's still something that a lot of people in a lot of leagues don't quite understand. So good that all the drivers out here obeying what the stewards would want, and things really haven't been too busy in the stewards room. I mean, I looked over my right shoulder about 10 minutes ago, and the stewards were playing ping pong with one another because all the drivers have been driving so clean.
He says that as we move into the last 24 minutes and the chaos is about to ensue.
Yo, they better finish that ping pong game up. They better finish that up. And get ready if there is going to be anything untoward. But just really good clean driving is really where that compliment was going, and I just love to see it.
René in the Ferrari picking up his drive through. It's with a lot of these teams, it's literally, it's not an if, but when it's going to happen, because when you're pushing in any of these races, the car will go off track. You'll suffer. And there we go. Santos is in the pits. I nailed it. So, and behind him, here comes Leslie Willifant. So here we go. This is now for all the marbles, people. Well, not really. Those are all taken by Edison and Jordan and company. But this is for the third, fourth, and fifth positions that we're going to watch happen. Because I think Krobler's in third. It's for fourth and fifth that we still need to see the deciding factor on. But as I was saying, René in the Ferrari. Sorry. Oh, he stalled it.
That little stall coming out from Santos.
So there was a short pit stop. I don't think he changed tires there, by the way. Did you see that, George?
No. Yeah.
That was too short. That was a quick stop, dude. So they're gambling here. They've done a top up only. They haven't taken tires on, and that's a strategy call to try and hold on to this fifth. Baker Krobler will have to pit from fourth, and that's going to put Santos into fourth place for this competition.
We've got 22 minutes.
He could be.
George, I'm going to stop you there
Sam.
because the action is about to get in, and I just want to do one more announcement about the giveaways so that you don't miss any of the racing. 22 minutes left. Don't forget, if you want to win that incredible gaming desktop PC with Incredible Connection All-Star Gaming, then you just need to click on the link, which is going to be dropped in the Twitch chat right now. All you actually need to do is be following IC All-Star Gaming on Twitch, and you stand a chance to win. So get entering. Wanted to do this quick fast because it is time now for the big fights are coming. Only the top 4 places are going to go home in the money. 20,000 Rand prize pool up for grabs here in the All-Star Underground. And this is where everyone's going to bring their A game.
Sam, did you, just to confirm, is it only first, second, third, fourth? It's not 1 to 5?
1 to 4.
Okay, cool. Thanks for the update there. Right, George, send it.
First to fourth place. I mean, this is where you certainly either want to be in a good position or close to making up a position. You said it before, Baker Krobler perhaps having to come in for that final stop. Slower or quicker stop, should I say, from Santos in terms of that strategy call. So that's going to be interesting to see how those two pan out, because as it stands, I mean, they're really fighting for the biggest of the prize-paying positions. Krobler in third place, potentially going to be saved out by all of this because he's already done his last mandatory stops. So, I mean, it's going to be a bit spicy. If you look down the field, Lamprecht on the back of Venter, 13th and 14th place. They're pretty close to one another. Some decent gaps. Walker and De Vet in 11th and 12th. 1.5 seconds, very much easily made up in the course of 20 minutes. Anything sort of under 5-6 seconds, I think, in 20 laps, or 20 minutes, should I say, something that you could change up a position when it comes down to the checkered flag being waved. But we are certainly engrossed in the darkness now, and just see those light flares coming off from our cameras as we get a look at our cars coming out to Cheetah, poised down at the bottom of Ingwe there, down on the track side camera, and just focusing on where these guys now need to find themselves when that checkered flag comes out. Lots of potential positions for drivers to make up, and one small mistake and it's all done and dusted. Lamprecht all over the back of Venter here, trying to put the pressure on, going to try and look for an inside line at some point, not going to be able to do it out of barbecue, trying to just sit in that slipstream. Is he going to fake a little dive to the inside? It's not the ideal line to really try and go through there in the Porsche, but you will be hitting that inside apex regardless. So a little bit wide goes the likes of Lamprecht. And again, 2/10. If you can hold off 2/10 for the next 19 minutes, you're a man of steel. If you can't, you're going to struggle to lose that. Yeah, I mean, these guys they're pushing the limits, and in through the S's, a little tail slide coming out, just making sure you can get back. Later on the brakes goes Ryan Lamprecht, and that's not really going to do him any favors at that point. It's going to be Venter coming out of that smiling. He's made up a couple of tenths, I'm sure. 2/10 the last update, 4/10. Then he makes 2/10 up in that braking zone at the top of the hill. And it's all things like that Venter needs to now do to hold Lamprecht back at bay. Slick Racing hasn't had the easiest day, but side by side, out of Crocodile, I mean, getting closer and closer. Going to have to back out the Slick Racing Porsche at the back of this. Needs to decide where he wants to go. Is it going to be round the outside here? Going to carry some momentum through onto the straight. That's going to be the ideal here. Going to sit in the slip. Both of them getting on the accelerator pedal evenly as Venter takes to the inside line. Forces Lamprecht to go round the outside. And now down into the braking zone for Crowthorne. They attempt this. Will Lamprecht be able to get the work done? But Venter nice and tidy on the inside. Just making sure that Porsche stays as wide as possible, blocks any opportunity for Lamprecht to get past, and Venter, another couple of corners, he survives.
I mean, are these guys having fun out there or what? You know, this is for 14th, 13th and 14th place, and they're going hammer and tongs at it, but I guarantee you they're also smiling inside and having a good, and there he runs wide. That's where the pressure comes in. Venter ran too wide, he missed his braking point. Lamprecht nailed his braking point, slid up the inside through a clubhouse, and the pass is done. So that's what happens. That's how you've got to do it.
It was a very slick racing move.
It was. Indeed.
I'll take my dad jokes somewhere else, Alan, if you're not going to appreciate them.
I totally appreciate it, dude. That was super slick. I see what you did there, by the way. So, between you and me, the last paying position here, the Bega Grobler versus the Santos, that one is still up for grabs. Now, we know Santos and ATK have made their pit stop. Bega Grobler, I think, still has to, with the just under 17 minutes to go. But I would hesitate to guess that they are going to try and hold on to track position, and so will not change tires. So I've seen this happen in one or two of the recent leagues where the guys have been running different strats and they don't change tires. They only take on fuel for the last splash and dash. And Bega Grobler and them are going to probably try and do this. The gap between them and Santos, 10 seconds. So it's literally, I don't think they've got enough fuel to get to the end. I say I don't think. Let me just put that out there. I don't think so. I'm convinced they still need to come in for a stop-go, for a splash and dash. But if not, they've done very well to get this Honda into this position. A solid
Twitch chats is telling you they've already pitted. They Daniel Rowe confirming they
Well,
don't
then
need to
it
pit
is.
again. So
Then I missed that. I'm terribly sorry. I'm making a lot of noise and talking absolute rubbish. I apologize. I didn't see it happen, so I thought this one was still up for grabs. But the gap then 10 seconds. So that between Krobler, JC just up ahead. Here he is coming down the mine shaft. And Bego Krobler going around the top of Leocorp. That's the difference between third and fourth. And then Santos and ATK rounding out your top five. They're 30 seconds back. So that then is the top five, but the top four are the positions, the paying positions.
Oh, I mean, they might be earning the prize money, but there's a couple of drivers on track getting closer and closer together. It looks like De Vet on the back end of Walker, 6/10 between them. Not a lot in that. Fence and Lamprecht, of course, we saw that battle taking place. 1.2 seconds between them. And maybe a little bit further down, some more taking place. But I mean, after a good 3 hours and 45 minutes of racing, it's still good to see that there's some on-track battles taking place. And certainly what has surprised me, once again, that Honda, the real what is it, I'm trying to think of a word that describes a pick of a car that you wouldn't expect somewhere. Like a wild card entry in terms of car choice. We'll go with that.
Yep.
Definitely not wild card drivers because they're both equally. We just know how powerful Hybrid Academy are. But didn't expect the performance to come out here from the Honda team, and certainly they've earned a little bit of respect in my books.
I'll second that, and I'm with you 100%. I was super impressed to see. I just didn't put one and two together. That Bego Krobler was obviously the teammate. I saw Rowe out in the car on the qualifying service, and I was like astounded to see somebody in a Honda, and then even more so to see how well up it qualified, which goes to show how it mirrors its real life counterpart in its performance capabilities here at Kyalami. The higher altitude definitely benefits that engine, the turbo structure on the V6 motor, and they've done super well in this car, I must say.
So good to see the variety coming out. It has been a very dominant Audi performance up in P1. We have to say just that, but it's not, it's not just Audis from first down to 10th place. You can just see the variety that comes down. If you look at it in the top 10, there are Porsches, there are Audis, but there's Aston Martins and of course that Honda as well. So there's a little bit of variety coming through. You get to still see the likes of the Ferrari from Renault on this too, also still performing decently. That gap between the Vet and Walker, that's closed down to 1/10 of a second as they go through the last timing update. We'll get another update as they come down the hill, and that's then extended a little bit. I think maybe the back marker just getting a little bit in the way of that battle taking place. That Aston is going to have to jump out of the way at the blue flags at some point. So, not the easiest. Or is that what position is that?
It's the McLaren.
Aston?
It's the Porsche on the McLaren.
Yeah, but that Aston behind him is not out of position, is it? That's
that's a lap car
in 5th or 6th place. Is it a lapped car? Okay, 20. No, it's not. That Aston was the one that needs to come through, surely. Because the blue flags.
That's car number 9. That's Ryan
McLaren.
Barrington Smith. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're in 6th. That's so.
Yes.
That wasn't a back marker getting involved in stuff.
No,
that
sorry.
was back markers in terms of the position for that Aston. I was just trying to see the updates on the screen because obviously the little numbers updates in the windshield, but
yes.
Very interesting to see.
Flip Van Zyl into the pits for his final pit stop from 7th place. So here comes Kieran Patterson for PWSR. They're now going to inherit that 7th place. So that's quite a good solid drive back considering they were in 22nd or 23rd. flip and sail. There he is coming out the pits, and here you can hear the Porsche going by. So that position, there it is. That position has changed. And that's it. 10 minutes to go. We are... Here's Ryan Barrington-Smith in 6th place, as we saw him going by just now. So he's done very well as well. 2 Astons here in 5th and 6th. And as you said, a great mix of manufacturers, certainly not a Porsche domination, but Audi's 1st and 3rd, with Porsche and Honda in 2nd and 4th, and an Aston in 5th. A nice mix and match of manufacturers.
We're moving into the
Just love
last
to
10
see it.
minutes of the race. You do love to see it. In the last 10 minutes, this is where it's going to get heated and hot. And we do still have that last 1,000 Rand Logitech G gift voucher to give away, courtesy of Incredible Connections All-Star Gaming. So throughout the race today, the last 4 hours, we've been asking you to go onto the Incredible Connection website, screen grab the item you would buy with your gift voucher, and it would appear that Tariq got out of the car, put Luke in, and went shopping. That was what he did, because he's been drawn the winner.
Oh, no way.
His shopping worked in his favor. I wanted to say it's a nice consolation prize, but it's not. There's a very good chance he's taking the main prize as well. So congratulations, Tariq. You might have to split that with Jordan and Luke, I think, because I'm presuming you were shopping while they were racing. But that is our last voucher. Incredible Connection, making sure you're all taken care of. And now we move into the final 10 minutes of the race. I mean, George, I'm going to say it. I don't think anyone is catching Custom Cut IT Solutions right now. So it is going to be 2nd, 3rd, and 4th that everyone wants to play for. But it looks like most of these teams are going to have those positions locked up.
Yeah, I mean, I think coming down into it, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd are almost completely guaranteed, unless there's some sort of a technical failure or a big mistake being made. It's just been good drives from our top 3 teams. I think looking down towards Bagel Crubber as well in 4th place, also got that position locked down. Santos not really going to do too much in the next 8 minutes. 13 seconds for the likes of Bagel Crubber to try and catch up to JC, which is a very difficult task if nothing goes untoward for that team in 3rd place. And a little hop, skip, and a jump over the little Vorsi curb as he makes his way back down to Ingwe. So I think the prize paying positions, we're not going to get a knife fight coming down for that. I think it's sort of had itself concluded in the way that these guys have started and done the middle parts of the race. They've set themselves up for the end, which is really what you want to try and do. You don't want to be fighting out or having to defend really hard towards the end of it. And I think each of these teams brought a strategy that has worked for them from the start of the race. They've had flawless driver swaps. Their strategies have been on point. They haven't had to do any additional pit stops, and that's put themselves into a position where they really make it look like they're walking away with things. The incredible pace that Custom Cut brought through here has been completely unmatched by anybody out here. I think it's a shame that Mooney had to just do this solo. I think it would have been nice to see Zahir in the car. Not to take anything away from Mooney, but Essa, again, one of the fanboy favorites. I do love watching Zahir drive. Been incredible in the sim racing scene since I got involved with it, and to be honest, it's just been a great race from the front end of the order, Sam.
It has been a great race. I do think that we need to give Mooney so much credit for what he's been able to do. The only driver out there behind the wheel for 4 hours straight. I mean, Alan spoke about it earlier, the amounts of pressure and stress on you. There's no breaks. There's no chances to go get snacks, go shopping on the Incredible Connection website. There's none of that. He has had to be completely focused the whole way through, and he has maintained that second spot.
Oh, there's a drama.
There is a drama. We're going to move to that.
Ryan Barrington-Smith in 6th place. That's a drive-through. This is when it can still happen. These are the kind of issues and mistakes that can make this race change. They're comfortably in 6th place. They've got 6 minutes of the race left, and he's gone one too many times off track. and a drive-through has been issued. He's not going to lose that 6th place. That's going to promote Kieran Paterson, Front Sail, and Olifant. And we've been watching now Olifant. This is for position, and there he's just gone past, in fact. So Leslie goes up into 8th place. Okay, it's not the top 5, but it's still position changes right down to the end of this race. And that drive-through for 6th, that's going to... Ryan Barrington-Smith, he's probably going to go, you know what, it's Sam again. This is commentator's curse. You did this to me.
When did I do this? I didn't. His teammate did it to him, because his teammate was in the chat talking about how proud he was of what they had done. So this time, completely not my responsibility. Berries, you need to have some strong words with your teammates when you're finished with the race.
There's a car sideways on the final turn onto the start-finish line that I just saw. I can't tell you who it was, though. That's who it was, I think, Mr. Skeppers. He's got it sorted and going. But Ryan Barrington-Smith doing his drive-through. There he exits the pits. Where's Kieran? Oh, no, they're miles away. So they're not going to lose that position. Kieran's just going around the top of Leeuwkop. So Barrington-Smith does a whole drive-through and stays in position. So lucky for them, they will retain their 6th place. Leslie Olifant having just gone past Flip Van Sail. Leslie in the nice coloured Audi, one of the liveries that raced at Kyalami, I think 2 years ago. And that position change just occurred. So great to see guys doing driving for positions right down to the last dying moments of this race. But we've got to give credit where it's due. Luke Addison, Jordan Sheraton, Tariq Adam, flag to flag in this kind of a field. That's impressive. Impressive racing.
Well, I mean, they didn't start in pole. They started second, technically, but you know, they got the jump off the line, and they set themselves up. I mean, it basically flag to flag. They were heading to turn into Crowthorne, but yeah, I mean, they started second, started on the outside, and just got a phenomenal start, and they've just continued to power that home. 3 minutes to go on the clock. Luke Addison piloting that custom cut IT Solutions car, wants to take home the victory, but it will be his teammates celebrating with him. Someone doing it all completely solo, Raymond Mooney. Sam, you said it. We need to give props to this man. He has come out, had to do this solo. His teammate wasn't able to join him for the race, so he's had to do this all solo. Hopefully, when this is all done and dusted, he'll be able to go and stretch the legs, get a little bit of a breather. Food and drink, well deserved, and second place. I mean, that's not an easy task. It's
nothing.
We said it before. Guys are probably easy to. It's easy to do long stints if you've done them before, but to do so and stay so competitive and finish the race second, that's just incredible.
And against a field of this magnitude, you know, the drivers around you. This is not a little local club race. These are the top guys in South Africa. So. I mean, we know Raymond Mooney's an alien, just like his counterpart, his teammates are here. But to do it on your own, I mean, just imagine how hard that man is kniping. You know what I mean?
It's a very very South African expression.
Do you even remember the South African expressions, George?
That's rude. Of course, I still remember the South African expressions. I am very good at Afrikaans. It's something that I have brought over. Okay, I'm lying. 1 minute 50 to go until we see that checkered flag coming out. JC Grobler making his way through some backmarking traffic, but it really is the show of the top 4 at this point in the race. They all have deserved their finishing positions here, and I guess it's time to hope that you put enough fuel in to get it to the line. I mean, imagine running out now, not being able to get to the line.
Imagine. Sure.
Yeah, I don't actually want to imagine it. I think I'll be so upset.
I'd like to think the drivers here are a little bit more on top of their fuel situation than that, hopefully. But now I've said it will probably happen.
It could be your third commentator's curse of the
It
day.
could be.
Sam.
It could be.
I'm gonna have to throw away my mic after this.
Right, well, here we are. Luke Addison, a young man getting the opportunity to bring this car around to the checkered flag. He's halfway around Sector 2 of this the legendary track that is Kyalami. I always find it entertaining why the Europeans struggle to say that word and call it Kyalami. It's Pullen gets a 15-second penalty handed to him in 17th place. I can't see what that
to
was
be
for.
fair, on the Europeans, we probably say their surnames wrong half the time as well. But that's not the matter. 9 seconds here on the clock. This time is going to tick out, and this will be the last lap then for Luke Addison. He'll get to the line as the timer hits 0, and he will be crossing or going across the line very shortly to take the victory. He's already flashing the lights. He goes to the pit wall, a big weave as he goes to take the checkered flag, comes home
That
first.
man is
Custom Cut
excited.
IT Solutions makes the moves, takes home the bacon, and an absolutely phenomenally dominant race coming out for them. Raymond Mooney then, our Coach Z Racing Academy entry in that number 1 Porsche, having to do this solo, coming down through the mine shaft for the final time, making some moves then, getting past Patterson there as they come towards Cheetah. It will be the last time. I mean, Raymond Mooney will be happy to see the back end of this, having to do this solo, not having a teammate to back him up. But out through Ingwe, down towards the line, he will go, making Sahir Essa very, very proud indeed. Flash of the lights from all the drivers, goes over the line to take home second place. JC Krobler from Sinister 5 will finish in third place in that number 4 Audi, and Bego Krobler from the Hybrid Academy taking home that 4th position spot.
That's it. That's your top 4 paying positions or prize-winning positions, as the rest of the field just proceed to start killing their tires. Everybody's done and dusted here. Santos for 80k, they came in 5th, with Barrington Smith doing exceptionally well as they do a whole bunch of donuts. And well, that's it. What more can you say? We've come to the end of this. 4 hours has literally just whizzed by. It's been great fun. It's been an awesome race to watch. Gents and ladies, what's your opinions?
I mean, just incredible racing, right? From the Custom Cut IT team. They, like you mentioned, they started in second on the grid. They immediately shot to the front, and from the start to the finish, they kept that lead. And I still think we have to shout out to Mooney. What an amazing job to do that solo. I think production was saying in my ear, he basically drove to Durban. And he drove to Durban pretty fast, George.
Yeah, that's a quick drive to Durban. If we're marking it out from Joburg, I still remember that far. But what a great race, spectacular production. Big shout out, of course, to Medal State and to Incredible Connection, and of course you guys. It's been so much fun to come and do some racing things with you guys. My verpa, as I like to call it, on the Twitter side of things, and a shout out to everybody in the Twitch chat joining us and making today so much fun.
20,000 Rand, that was the prize pool. The top 4 teams are going to claim that cash money for the All-Star Underground. Alan, George, an absolute pleasure. You both were so entertaining. You definitely make this fun. The chat getting so involved. Really love the support for South African sim racing. And of course, a big shout out to Incredible Connection with their All-Star Gaming initiative. They want to support South African gaming. They have not only done these esports events for different titles, but they also got weekly streams where they're getting local content creators to come to showcase different games. I know Alaric was on earlier in the week to showcase ACC and give everyone a taste for sim racing. I'm hoping after this, it's not the last sim racing we get to see on the All-Star Underground or on the All-Star Gaming page. I know George and Alan definitely want a little bit more action. All the production was brought to you by Raceface and Medal State behind the scenes, to give them a shout out. And of course, the biggest shout out to our drivers today. It is always an honor and a privilege to tell your stories, but we're not done yet. We're taking a break next week, and then We've got some Valorant action coming your way here on All Star Underground. So make sure you're following Incredible Connection on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Make sure you use the hashtag #ICAllStarGaming so you don't miss any of the action. And we'll see you soon. So we're saying goodbye, but make sure you're back in 2 weeks. Thanks for watching.